This video features 6 vintage psychological horror stories, one of which was written by Henry Kuttner. I've added timestamps for each story in the video description.
World of the Mad by Poul Anderson. Langdon had found immortality on the planet Tanith. Naturally, he wanted his wife to share it, if he could prevent her from going insane. First, he walked slowly through the curling purple mists, feeling the ground roll and quiver under his feet, hearing the deep-voiced rumble of shifting strata far underground. There were voices in the fog, singing in high, unhuman tones, and no man had ever learned what it was that sang. For could the wind utter sounds so elfishly sweet, almost words that haunted you with half-understanding of something you had forgotten and needed desperately to remember? A face floated through the swirling mist. It was not human, but it was very beautiful, and it was blind. He looked away as it mouthed voiceless murmurs at him. Somewhere a crystal tree was chiming, a delicate pizzicato of glass, like leaves vibrating against each other. The man listened to it and to the low muttering of the earth. For those, at least, were real, and he was not at all sure whether the other things were there or not. Even after 200 years, he wasn't sure. He went on through the mist. Flowers grew up around him, great fragile laceries of shining crystalline petals that budded and bloomed and died even as he walked by. Some of them reached hungrily for him, but he sidestepped their groping mouths with the unthinking ease of long habit. Compasses didn't work on Tanith, and only a few men could even operate a radio direction finder. But Langdon knew his way and walked steadily ahead. His sense of direction kept rotating crazily. It insisted he was going the wrong way. No, now the house lay over to the right, no, the left, and a few paces straight up. But by now, he had compensated for that. He didn't need eyes or kinesthetic sense to find his way home. There was a new singing in the violet air. Langdon checked his stride with a sudden eerie prickling along his spine. The mist eddied about him thick and blinding, but now the city was growing out of it. He saw the towers and streets and thronging airways come raggedly into being. Suddenly he stood in the middle of the city. It was complete this time, not the few fragmentary glimpses he ordinarily had. The mist flowed through the ghostly spires and pylons, but somehow he could see anyway. The city lay for kilometers around. It was not a human city. It lay under 3 hurtling moons, lit only by their brilliant silver, but it lived, it pulsed with life about him. The shining dwellers soared past and seemed to leave a trail of little sparks, luminous against the night. They were not men, the old folk of Tanith, but they were beautiful. There was no sound. Langdon stood in a well of silence while the city lay around him, and he thought that perhaps he was the ghost, alone and excommunicated, on a world which lay beyond even the dreams of man. But that was nonsense, he thought, angry with himself. It was simply that temporal mirages transmitted only light, not sound. He was here, now alive, and the city was dust these many million years. 2 dwellers flew past him, male and female, with arms linked, laughing soundlessly into each other's golden eyes. The male's great glowing wings brushed through Langdon's body. He stood briefly in a shower of whirling light motes, and they didn't heed him. They didn't know he was there. They were only for each other, those 2, and he was a ghost out of an unreal and unthinkably remote future. The mirage faded slowly. In bits and patches, it dissolved back into the purple fog. He was alone again. He shivered and hastened his steps homeward. The mist began to break, raggedly, as he came out of the forest. He went by a lake of life, with only a passing glance at the strangeness of the new shapes that seethed and bubbled, rose out of its slime and took shifting form and sank back into chemical disintegration. There was always something new, grotesque and horrible, and sometimes eerily lovely to be seen at such a place. But spontaneous generation was an old story to Langdon by now. and Eileen was waiting. He came out on the brow of a steep hill that slanted down into the little cup-like valley where he had his dwelling. The hills were blue around it, blue with grass that tomorrow might be gold or green or grey, and the sky was currently blood-red. A grove of feather-like trees hid the house, swaying where there was no wind and murmuring to each other in their own language, and a few winged things hovered darkly overhead. For a moment, Langdon paused there, savouring the richness of it. This was his home, his land back on Terra. They had forgotten the fullness that came with belonging to the earth, but the men who colonized among the stars remembered. Looking back, Langdon thought that the real instability and alienness was in the solar system. Men had no roots there, and it was a secret woe in them and made them feverish and restless, eager to taste from all cups but shuddering away from draining anyone. On Tanith, thought Langdon with a quiet sort of exultation, a man drank his cup to the bottom, and there were many cups, or if only one, it was never the same and could never be emptied. For a man on Tanith did not grow old. Suddenly, he stiffened, and the psyche feeder swooped low to absorb his furiously radiated nervous energy. The reaction of it eddied in his mind as a chilling fear. Angrily, without having to think about it, he drove the creature off with a jaggedly pulsed mental vibration and remained standing and listening. Someone had screamed. It came again, distorted by the wavering air, hardly recognizable to one who had not had time to adjust to Tanith. And it was Eileen's voice. "Joe! Joe! Joe! Help!" He ran, scrambling down the unstable hillside with his mist-wet cloak flapping behind him. A sword plant slashed at him with its steely leaves. He swerved and went on down into the valley, running, leaping, a bounding black shadow against the burning sky. Static electricity discharged in crackling blue sheets as he tore through the grove, hissing against his insulating clothes and stinging his face and hands. Something floated through the dark air, long and supple and dripping slime, grimacing at him with its horrible wet mouth. Another illusion or mirage, he thought, somewhere in the back of his mind. They no longer bothered him. In fact, he'd have missed them if they never showed up again. But Eileen. The cottage nestled under the tall, whispering trees, a peak-roofed stone building in the ancient style that Langdon had thought most appropriate to the enchanted planet. There was little of terror about it after its century and a half of existence. It was covered with fire vines, over which danced the seeming of little flames. Luminous flying creatures nestled against the doorway, and he had never found the cause of the dim, sweet singing he could always hear around it. The door stood ajar, and Eileen was sobbing inside. Langdon came in and found her huddled on a couch before the fireplace, trembling so that it seemed her body must be shaken apart, and crying. He sat down and put his arms about her and let her cry herself out. Then he remained for a while stroking her hair and saying nothing. She bit her lip to keep it steady. Her voice was like a small child's, high and toneless and frightened. "It bit," she said. "It was an illusion," he murmured. "No, it bit at me, and its eyes were dead. It came out of the floor there, and it was all in rags." "You had an illusion frighten you," he said. "A psyche feeder flying nearby caught your increased nervous output, drew on it, and that of course frightened you still more. They're easy to drive away, Eileen. They don't like certain pulse patterns. You just think at them the way I showed you. It was real," she insisted, quietly, with something of a child's puzzlement that anything should have wanted to hurt her. It was black, but there were greys and browns and red too, and it was ragged. He went over to the cupboard and got out a darkly glowing bottle and poured 2 full glasses. "This'll help," he said, trying hard to smile at her. "Prosit." "I shouldn't," said Eileen, still shakily but with some return of saneness. Junior won't take harm from a glass of wine," said Langdon. He sat down beside her again, and they clinked goblets and drank. The fire wavered ruddily before them, filling the room with warm, restless light, and with dancing shadows, from which Eileen looked away. "I'll get an electronic range installed soon," said Langdon, trying to fill the silence with trivia. "It can't be convenient for you cooking on an ancient-style stove. I thought they didn't work on Tanith, electronics, I mean," she answered, with the same effort of ordinariness. "Not at first. With the different laws prevailing here in the first few decades, we were forced back to the old chemical techniques, like fires. That's one reason so few colonists ever came or stayed long if they did come. But, bit by bit, little by little, we're learning the scientific laws and applying them. They've had all the standard household equipment available here for a century. I guess, but by that time I'd already built this place and liked my own things, fires and stoves and all the rest, too well to change. But now that I've got a wife to do my housekeeping, I ought to provide her with conveniences. In fact, I should have done so right away." "It isn't that, Joe," she said. "I'd have squawked long ago if those little things made any difference. I like handling things myself, rather than turning them over to some robot. It's fun to cook and get wood, but Joe, it's no fun when a thing rises out of the steam and screams at you. It's no fun when electric sparks jump over the house and all of a sudden there is only fear. The whole place is choked with fear." She shuddered closer against him. "This planet is haunted," she whispered. "The laws of nature are a little different," he answered, as calmly as he could. "But they are still laws. Tanith seems like a chaos, governed by living spirits and most of them malignant, only because you don't see the regularity. Its pattern is too different from what you are used to. Terra herself must have seemed that way to primitive man before he discovered order in nature. Our scientists here are slowly finding out the answers. Talk to old Chang sometime. He can tell you more about it than I. But I can see the order now, a little of it. And it's a richer and deeper thing than the rest of the universe. And you live forever." He gripped her shoulders and looked into her wide eyes. He had to expel the demons of terror from her. A woman 5 months pregnant couldn't go on this way. He was suddenly shocked by how thin she had grown, and she never stopped shivering under his hands. "You won't grow old," he said slowly. "We'll be together forever, Eileen, and our children won't die either." She looked away from him, and sudden bitterness twisted her mouth. "I wonder," she said thinly, "whether immortality is worth having on this planet." Suddenly she stiffened, and her lips opened to scream again. Langdon forgot the hurt of her words and looked wildly about the room, but there was only the furniture and the firelight and the weaving shadows. Inside the blood-red windows the room was sane and real and human. Eileen shrank against him. "It's over there," she gasped. "Over there, in that corner, creeping closer." Langdon's face grew bleak, and there was a desolation rising in him. Illusions of one sort or another were part of daily life on Tanith, but they had reality in that they were produced by physical processes, and more than one person could perceive them. But hallucinations were another story. He thought back over 200 years to the first attempts to colonize. Of an initial 300 or so, over 2/3 had left within the first 3 years, and many of them had been insane when the ships took them home. Men came to Tanith and stayed if they could endure it, but if they couldn't, and tried to stay anyway, they soon fled from the unendurable madness of its reality to a safer and more orderly madness of their own. From what he had heard, few of them were cured again, even back on Terra. "I've got to see Chang," he said. The colonists on Tanith tended to live well apart from each other, and unless they owned the new televisors designed especially for the planet, their only contact was physical. Once a month or so he would go to the planet's one town for supplies and a mild spree, and somewhat oftener he would spend a while at another house or have guests himself. But most of the time he had been alone, and, as a man grew older, without loss of physical and mental faculties, he found more and more within himself, an unfolding inward richness, which none of the short-lived would ever appreciate or even comprehend. He had less need of other men to prop him up. Or perhaps it was simply that the wisdom, the fullness which came with immortality, made a little of the other colonists' company go a long ways. There was no denying it. Eileen's 23 years of life could not compare with Langdon's 200 or more. She was like a child, thoughtless, mentally and physically timid, ignorant, essentially shallow. But I love her, and I can afford to wait. In 50 or 100 years, she'll begin to grow up. In 200 or so, we'll begin to understand each other. As our ages increase, the absolute difference between them will become proportionately insignificant. An immortal learns patience. I can wait, and meanwhile I love her very dearly. "What do you have to see him about?" asked Eileen. "Us?" he answered bluntly. "Our situation. It isn't good." "No," she whispered. "Can't you learn that there is nothing to fear on Tanith?" he asked. "Death itself, the greatest dread of all, is gone. We've eliminated all actually dangerous life in the neighborhood of our settlements. There are things that can be annoying, the sword plants, the psyche feeders, the static discharges, but it's no trick to learn how to avoid them. Nothing here can hurt you, Eileen. I know," she said hopelessly, "but I am still afraid. Day and night. I am afraid there are worse things than death." "Joe, but afraid of what?" "I don't know. Fear itself, maybe. How do I know something won't suddenly be deadly? But I am not afraid of death. Even with the baby, I wouldn't be afraid of wild beasts or plague or anything that I could understand." She shook her shining head slowly. "That's just it, Joe. I don't understand this planet. Nobody does. You don't. You admit it yourself. Someday, I'll know it. When 1,000 years from now, 1,000 years of horror, Joe. Some of those things are so hideous. I think I'll go mad when they appear. A deep sea fish on Terra is hideous. Not this way. These things aren't right. They can't exist. But still there they are. And I can't forget them. And I never know when they'll appear next, or what they'll be this time." She checked herself, gulping. "This is a very beautiful world," he said stubbornly. "The colors, the forms, the sounds. None of them are right. Grass may look just as well when it's red or blue or yellow, but it shouldn't be all of them at different times. The sky is wrong. The trees are wrong. Those hideous lakes of life and the things in them obscene. Those voices singing out in the mists. Nobody knows what they are. Those images of things 100 million years dead, and the faces and the whisperings, and there is always something watching and waiting and moving just a little outside the corner of your eye." "Oh, Joe, Joe, this planet is haunted," she sobbed in his arms with a rising note of hysteria that she couldn't quite suppress. He looked grimly over her shoulder. A swirling, chiming mist of color formed on one corner of the room, amorphous stirrings within it. A sudden shining birth that laughed and jeered and slicked out through the wall. He remembered that he had been frightened and repelled when he first came here, but not to this degree, and he soon got over it. Now, even while Eileen wept, he admired the shifting pulse of colors, and his heart quickened to the elfin bells. Terran music sounded wrong to him after 200 years of the sounds of Tanith. He thought that all those voices and whisperings and singings sliding up and down and in human scale, and the dreams and the visions, had a pattern, an overall immensity which someday he would grasp. And that would be a moment of revelation. He would see and know the wholeness of Tanith, and there would be meaning in it. Not the chaotic jumble of random events which made up the rest of the universe, death-doomed universe tumbling blindly toward a wreck of level entropy and ashen suns, but a glimpse of that ultimate purposefulness which some men called God. Briefly, a temporal mirage showed beyond the window a fragmentary glimpse of a tower reaching for the sky. and it was no work of man, nor could it ever be. But it was of a heart-breaking loveliness. He wondered about the ancient natives. Had they simply become extinct, reached a point of declining evolutionary efficiency, such as seemed fated for all species, and gone into limbo some millions of years previously? Or had they perhaps finally seen the allness of the world and gone elsewhere? Privately, Langdon rather thought it was the latter. World without end. But Eileen was crying in his arms. He kissed her and tasted salt on her lips that trembled under his. Poor kid, poor kid. And with a baby on the way, something of the magic of their first days together came back to him. It was a disappointment in love which had sent him to Tanith in the first place, and for all his time here, he had lived without that sort of affection. The women of the town served the casual needs of sex, which seemed to become less and less frequently manifest as his own undying personality grew in fullness and self-sufficiency, and that was all. Still, a single man was incomplete, and a year ago one of the few colony ships landed, and Eileen had been aboard, and the forgotten springtime stirred within him. Now, well, she released herself, smiling with unsteady lips. "I'll be all right now, dear," she said. "Let's go. I have to talk this matter over privately with Chang. His wife can take care of Eileen. Certainly I can't leave her here alone, but sooner or later he would have to." It wasn't only that he had to go out and oversee some of the fields on which grew the native plants, whose secretions, needed by Terran chemistry, gave them their livelihood. Solitude and long walks through the misty forests and over the whispering hills had become virtual necessities to him. He had to get away and think, the mighty thoughts of an immortal which no Terran could ever comprehend in his pathetic lifetime were being gestated in his brain. Slowly, piece by piece, the coherent philosophy which is necessary for sanity was coalescing within him, and he was gathering into himself the essence of Tanith. Someday, perhaps 1,000 years hence, he would know what it was that haunted him now. He could not suppress a feeling of annoyance, however. Eileen had had over a year to adjust now, and she was getting worse instead of better. A brief sojourn in utter alienness might be merely pleasing and interesting. But over a longer time one either got used to it or she'd have to learn, have to accept the sanity of Tanith and know it for a deeper and more real one than the sanity of terror. Others had done it. Why couldn't she? Chang, Simon and his wife lived several hundred kilometers away, an hour's flight by air jet. Their spacious house lay amid lawns and trees, sloping down to a broad river. It held a serenity and graciousness which terror had forgotten. Langdon was always glad to be there, and even Eileen seemed to be soothed. She had screamed once on the flight over, when the sky had suddenly seized with hell-blue flame, and she was still trembling when they arrived. Their hostess took her off for one of those mysterious private conferences between women which no merely male creature will ever understand, and Langdon and Chang sat out on the veranda and talked. The Chinese had been in his 50s when he came, one of the first load of colonists, and Tanith could not restore lost youth. But a healthy middle age had its own advantages. It conferred a peace and depth of mind more rapidly than an endlessly young body would permit. In the solar system, Chang had been a synthesist, taking all knowledge and its correlation as his field of work, and he had come to Tanith in some of Langdon's mood of abandonment, futile to attempt the knowing and understanding of all things when life had flickered out in 100 years. But as an immortal synthesist, the two men sat in the long twilight saying little at first. It was good just to sit, thought Langdon, to let a glass of wine and a cigar relax tensed muscles while the dusk deepened toward night. At such times he felt more than ever drawn into the secret whole which was Tanith. Almost it seemed he was on the verge of that revelation of seeing the manifold aspects of reality gather themselves into one overwhelming entity of which he would be an integral part. The philosophers and mystics of terror had sought such identification, and the scientists were still striving to build a unified picture of the cosmic whole. Here, in this environment, and with all the ages before him, a man had a chance to reach that ancient goal, intellectual understanding and emotional integration. Someday. The twilight was deep and blue and full of flitting ghostly lights. The feathery trees murmured to each other in a language of their own, and down under the long slope of dew-shining grass, the river gleamed with shifting phosphorescence. Something was singing in the night, an eerie, wavering scale that woke faint longings and dreads in men and set them straining after something they had once known and forgotten. Overhead, the million thronging stars of galactic center winked and blazed through the flickering aurora. One of the moons rose, trailing golden light through the sky. A wind blew through drifting clouds, and it seemed as if the wind had language too, and spoke to the men if they could but understand it. Chang said at last, slowly and heavily, "I don't know how she got past the psychologist's terriered, Eileen," asked Langdon unnecessarily. "Of course." The older man was a shadow in the dusk, but the red tip of his cigar waxed and waned as he drew on it for comfort. Somebody blundered. Or, wait. Perhaps it was only that, while she was fundamentally stable, the otherness of Tanith touched some deep-seated psychological flaw in her, something that would never appear under any other environment. "I don't quite know the system," said Langdon. "What do they do back at Sol?" The first attempts at colonization showed that only the most stable personalities could adapt to or even survive the apparent instability of this planet. There aren't many who want to come here at all, of course, but our planetary government maintains a psychological staff in the more important worlds of the galaxy to check those who do apply. They're supposed to weed out all who couldn't take the strangeness, and so far it's been very successful. Eileen is the first failure I know of. Something cold seemed to close around Langdon. And then, he realized wryly, he was skirting the main issue, afraid to face it. "I wonder if we really have the right to keep secret the fact that there is no death here," he said. "It was a hard decision to make," answered Chang, "but leaving the morals of it aside, it was the only practicable way. Suppose it were generally known that this one place, in all the known universe, has no age. Imagine all who would want to come here. The planet couldn't hold a fraction of them. Even as it is, we have to space berths very carefully, lest in a few centuries we crowd ourselves off the world. Furthermore, the unstable social environment produced by such an influx of colonists, most of whom couldn't stand the place anyway, would delay, perhaps ruin, the research by which we hope to find out why life does not grow old here. When we have that answer, and can apply it outside this region of space, all the galaxy will have immortality, but until then, we must wait." He shrugged, a dim movement in the shining night. "And immortals know how to wait. So instead, we simply accept colonists who agree to stay here for life, and then once they get here, they're told how long that life will be." "Yes. Actually, the miracle is that the first colonists stayed at all after most had fled or gone insane. After all, it was 10 or 20 years before we even suspected the truth. A world as alien as this was settled only because planets habitable to man and without aborigines are hard to find. Since then, many more such worlds, normal ones, have been discovered, and few people care to risk madness by coming here. Tanith is an obscure dominion of the Galactic Union, having a certain scientific interest because of its unique natural laws, but not too great even there, when science has so many other things to investigate just now. And we're quite content to remain in the shadow, of course." Langdon looked up to the swarming stars. A sheet of blue auroral flame covered them for a moment. He asked presently, "How much further have our scientists gotten in explaining the phenomenon?" "We've come quite a ways, but progress has been mostly in highly technical fields of mathematical physics. You'll have to take a decade or two off soon, Joseph, and learn that subject. Briefly, we do know that this is a region of warped space, similar to those in the neighborhood of massive bodies, but of a different character. As you know, natural constants are different in such regions from free space. Phenomena such as gravitation and the bending of light appear. This is another sort of geometric distortion, but basically the same. It produces differences in optics, in thermodynamics, in psi functions, in almost everything. The very laws of probabilities are different here. As a result, the curious phenomena we know appear. Many of them, of course, are simply illusions produced by complex refractions of light and sound waves. Others are very real. The time axis itself is subject to certain transformations which produce the temporal mirages. And so it goes. Yes, I know all that. But what causes the warp itself? We're not sure yet, but we think it's an effect of our being near the galactic center of mass, together with... No. It would take me a week to write out the equations, let alone explain them. There was a comfort in impersonal discourse, but it was a retreat from more immediate problems. Langdon fairly rapped out the question, "How close are you to understanding why we are immortal?" "Not at all close in detail," said Chang. "We think that it's due to the difference in thermodynamic properties of matter I mentioned just now, producing a balance of colloidal entropy. Well, elsewhere life is metastable and can only endure so long. Here it is the natural tendency of things, so much so indeed that life is generated spontaneously from the proper chemical mixtures, such as occur in many of the lakes and pools hereabouts. In our own bodies there is none of that tendency toward chemical and colloidal degradation, which I think lies at the root of aging and death. But that's just my guess, you know, and biological phenomena are so extraordinarily complex that it will probably take us centuries to work it out. After all, we haven't even settled all the laws of Tanith's physics yet. Several centuries, and there is no other planet where this might also happen. None have been found, and on the basis of our theory, I am inclined to believe that Tanith is unique in the galaxy, perhaps in the universe. Langdon was aware of Chang's speculative gaze on him, and if there were others, they'd be just as foreign to terror. I see. Langdon looked away, down to the streaming silver gleam of the river. There was a ring of little lights dancing on the lawn. He could hear the tinkle of elfland bells, and he thought he could see glowing wings and lithe light forms that were not human, but very lovely. "You were thinking of moving away?" asked the synthesist at last. "Yes, I hated the thought. But Eileen, well, you saw her, and you remember those first colonists. I do. She is exhibiting all their symptoms. She can't stand the unpredictability of her environment, and she can't adjust her scale of values enough to see the beauty in what to her is wrong and horrible." In the vague golden light, Langdon thought he glimpsed a grim smile on the other man's face. "Perhaps she is right, Joseph. Perhaps it takes someone not quite sane by the rest of the galaxy's standards to adjust to Tanith. But can't she see I've told her? Intellectual understanding of a problem never solves it, though it may help. Eileen takes your word for these being purely natural phenomena. She's not superstitious. It might help if she were, because explaining the horror doesn't lessen it to her. Man is not a rational animal, Joseph, though he likes to pretend he is. Can't she be helped?" "Psychology? No." The old voice held pity, but it did not waver. "I've studied such cases. If you keep her here much longer, she'll have a miscarriage and go insane. The insanity might be curable back at Sol, or it might not, but as soon as she returned, it would come again. Not that she could ever stand to come back. She's inherently unable to adapt herself to an utterly foreign environment. You'll have to send her home, Joseph, soon. But she's my wife." Chang said nothing. A shining golden head swooped past in the darkness, laughing at them, and the laughter was visible as red pulses in the night. There came a step on the veranda. Langdon turned and saw Chang's wife coming out with Eileen. The girl walked more steadily now. In the dim radiance from the window, her face was calmer than it had been for some time, and for an instant there was a flood of love and joy and relief within Langdon. Chang was wrong. Eileen would learn. She was already starting to learn. Tonight was the turning point. Tanith would take her to itself, and they would be together forever. Eileen, he said, very softly, and got up and walked toward her. Eileen, darling. The atmosphere trembled between them. She saw the flesh run from his bones. It was a skull that grinned at her, shining evilly green against the dark, and the sounds that rasped from it were the mouthings of nightmare. Somewhere, far back in the depths of her mind, a little cool voice told her that there was nothing to be afraid of, that it was a brief variation in optical and sonic constants which would pass away, and then Joe would be there. But the voice was drowned in her own screaming. She was screaming for her mother to come and get her. It was a nightmare, and she couldn't wake up. Langdon ran toward her, with the rags of flesh hanging from his phosphorescent bones, until Chang grabbed him back with a violence he had never known to be possible. In the old man, there was a storm outside. The cottage shook to a fury of wind and was filled with its noise and power. They had a fire going, and its restless glow played over the room and beat against the calm white light of fluorotubes. But it could not drive out the luminousness beyond the window. "Pull the shades," asked Eileen. "Please, Joe." He looked away from the window where he stood staring out at the storm. Fire sleeted across the landscape, whirling heatless flames that hissed and crackled around the wind-tossed trees, red and blue and yellow and icy white. The wind roared and boomed with a hollow voice that seemed to shout words in some unknown tongue, and from behind the curtain of flaming rain there was the crimson glow of an open furnace. As if, thought Langdon, as if the gates of hell stood open just beyond the hills. "It won't hurt us," he said. "It's only a matter of phosphorescence and static discharge, please, Joe." Her voice was very small in the racket of wind. He shrugged and covered the wild scene. He used to like to go out in firestorms, he remembered. Their blinding berserk fury woke something elemental in him, and he would go striding through them like a god shouting back at the wind. Well, it wouldn't be long now. The Betelgeuse Queen was due in a couple of days on the intragalactic orbit that would take her back to Sol. Eileen didn't have long to wait. He took a moody turn about the room. His wife had been very quiet since her collapse of a week ago. Too quiet. He didn't like it. She looked wistfully up at his tall form. He thought that she looked pathetically small and alone, curled up, almost crouched, in the big armchair. Like a very beautiful child, too thin and hollow-eyed, now but beautiful. A child, she has to go. She can't live here. And well, if she goes, it will be like a death within me. I love her. "I remember winter storms on Terra," said Eileen softly. "It would be cold and dark, with a big wind driving snow against the house. We'd come inside, cold but warm underneath, with being out in it, and we'd sit in front of a fire and have hot cocoa and cheese sandwiches. If it was around Christmas time, we'd be singing the old songs." The wind yammered, banging on the door. A stealthy shape of light and shadow wavered halfway between existence and non-existence over in a corner of the room. Eileen's voice trailed off, and her eyes widened, and there was a small, dry rattle in her throat. She gripped the arms of her chair with an unnatural tension. Langdon saw it, and came over to sit beside her on one arm of the chair. Her hand closed tightly around his, and she looked away from the weaving shape in the corner. "You were always good to me, Joe," she murmured. "How could I be anything else?" he asked, tonelessly. There was a new voice in the storm now. A great belling organ was crying to him to come out. Tanith was dancing in a sleet of fire just beyond the door. "I'll miss you," she said. "I'll miss you very much. Why should you? I'll be along. Will you, Joe? I wonder I can't ask it of you." I can't ask you to trade 1,000 years of life, or 10,000 or 1,000,000, for the little 60 or 70 you'll have left out there. I can't ask you to leave your world for mine. You'll never be at home on Terra." He smiled without much mirth. "It's a trite phrase," he said, "but you know I'd die for Ute. I don't doubt that." "Joe? But would you live for me?" He kissed her to avoid answering. "I don't know. I honestly don't know. It isn't so much a question of losing immortality, though God knows that means a lot. It means more than any mortal will ever know. It's that I'd be losing Tanith." He thought of Sol, Sirius, Antares, the great suns and planets of the galaxy, and could not keep from shuddering. Drabness, deadness, colorlessness, meaninglessness. Life was a brief, blind spasm of accident and catastrophe, walled in by its own shortness and the barren environment of a death-doomed cosmos. Too small to achieve any purpose, too limited even to imagine a goal, it flickered and went out into an utter dark. The storm sang outside, and he heard music and lure and enchantment. It was not a discord. After 2 centuries he could hear some of the tremendous harmony. After another while, he might begin to understand the song. If he stayed. Eileen, his face twisted, she saw it, and pain bit at her, but there was nothing she could say. He began pacing, and his mind took up the weary track of the past week. Logic. Think it out like a rational being. Eileen had to go, but he could stay. And she would understand insofar as any mortal could. Somewhere else, back in the solar system or on some other of man's many planets, she would find another husband who could give her all his heart. Which I could never do, because I love Tanith. She would come to think of me as dead. She would hold him dear for the brief span of their lives. She'd be happy, and maybe someday she'd send the child back to me. As for himself, well, the initial pain of separation would be hard to take, but he had an immortal's endurance. Sooner or later the longing would die, and there would be another woman someday on one of the colony ships whom he could love and take to wife forever. He could wait. He had all time before him, and he would be on Tanis, and there would be his friends. He thought of the utter loneliness that waited for him in the galaxy. 200 years was a sizable draft of eternity. He had acquired enough of the immortal's viewpoint and personality to find the short-lived completely alien. He could never know more than the most superficial comradeship with even the oldest of those who were younger than he. He could never be close to his wife. She would occupy only the smallest part of the emptiness within him. Because before she had grown enough to match him, they would both be dead. Will die. Go down in the futility of the universe, and Tanith will go on. I might have been a god, but I'll go down in dust and nothingness. No one will have gotten any good of me. Unless I stay. The wind called and called. Eileen was right, I am not afraid to die, but I am afraid to live in the way she must. Horribly afraid, but I love her. 50 years hence there'll be another woman, but I love Eileen now. Round and round a crazy roaring whirlpool, swinging and crashing toward madness. His thoughts were running in the meaningless circle. The familiar landmarks flickered by with ghastly speed in that devil's race. The room wavered before him. He snarled with sudden inarticulate rage and grabbed his insulating cloak and rushed out the door. Eileen shrank back in her chair. He was gone. She was alone now, and all the powers of Tanith were rising up against her. The wind hooted and whistled, piping down the chimney and skirling under the eaves. The blind lifted to an invisible force, and she saw the red flames of hell blazing outside. The floor globes flickered toward extinction. Darkness closed down, but it was full of dancing light and glimmering shapes that jibed and jeered and spun closer to her. The room began to whirl, faster and faster, a tipping, tilting saraband on the edge of madness. All the old forgotten powers of night and dark and hell were abroad, whirling on the wind and slamming against the door and banging their heels on the roof. They rose out of the floor and seeped from the walls and the air. Fire danced around them, and they neared her, crying something that she knew would drive her mad when she understood it. Joe. 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 Mother, God. Joe was gone out into the storm. Mother was dead these many years. God had forgotten. And the powers closed in laughing at her and mocking and whispering what she could not stand to hear. And there and around and around and around and around and around, down, 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 into darkness. Langdon did not hear her scream the first time. He stood in the living torrent of light. Fire streamed about him and dripped from his hands, his hair crackled with static electricity, and the wind sang to him. It filled him. The song of the wind, the song of Tanith. He was lost in it, whirled up in a great, singing, joyous laughter. He knew, in another moment he would know, he would be part of the allness and have peace within him. Fire, wind, the slender, graceful trees laughing as the flames leaped around them. A great exultant chant from the living forests and the dancing hills. A glimpse of an ancient Tanithian, across many million years, flying in the storm with the red and gold and blue and bronze rushing off his wings. Tanith, Tanith, Tanith. Tanith, I love you. I am part of you. I can never go. This is the thing other men do not know. More than immortality, more than all the mighty dreams you give us, there is yourself. A day on Tanith is more than a lifetime on Terra, but they will never know that because they have never felt it. The strong love of a man for his home. But this is passion. It is the whole of life, and Tanith gives it back. Here, and here alone, is meaning and beauty and an unending, splendid horizon. Here alone a man can belong. See that bird with wings like molten silver? The second scream was wordless and crazy and horrible, that the dying fragment of his own name went through him like a knife. For the barest instant he stood there, while the storm roared about him, and the fire rushed over the world. Then, quite simply, he ran back into the house. The blood and pain and screeching horror of what she, Ben, endured left him physically ill. But he managed to get her to bed, and even after a long while, to sleep. Then he walked over to the window and drew the blind. His shoulders sagged with the defeat and death and ruin that was here. The captain of the Betelgeuse Queen did not like Tanith, and said as much to his mate as they relaxed on the promenade deck. "The place gives you the blue willies," he declared. "Everything's wrong there. Praise the powers it's so backward and obscure, we only have to stop there once a year or so. The colonists seem to like it," said the mate. "They would," snorted the captain. "Worst bunch of clannish provincials I ever saw. Why, they hardly ever leave the planet, except maybe for a year or so at a time, on essential business, and they won't befriend you with anybody. Takes a crazy man to stamp that world in the first place." He pointed to a tall man, who was, half leading, half supporting, a young woman along the deck. She would have been beautiful had she not been badly underweight. She smiled at the man, but her eyes were haunted, and his answering smile was far away. It went no deeper than his lips. "That fellow Langdon is the only long-time colonist I ever heard of who left Tanith for good," said the captain. "He must have been there for years. Maybe he was born there, but he's coming back to Sol now. His wife couldn't take the place. I think I remember her from a year or so ago," nodded the mate. "Didn't we carry her out with a few other colonists? Pretty as a picture then, and full of life and fun. Now look at her." "Tanith did that to Hive." "Aha," agreed the captain. "I heard a little of the story down by the spaceport. She nearly went crazy, finally had a miscarriage. It was all they could do to save her life and sanity. Only then would that Langdon take her back. He let her go on that way for months. The captain's mouth twisted with contempt. Holy sunspots, what a cold-blooded devil. End of World of the Mad by Poul Anderson.
Dream's End by Henry Kuttner. Risking his own life force to cure a patient's psychosis. Dr. Robert Bruno learns of the true individualism of human minds. The sanitarium was never quiet. Even when night brought comparative stillness, there was an anticipatory tension in the air, for cyclic mental disorders are as inevitable, though not as regular, as the swing of a merry-go-round. Earlier that evening, Gregson, in Ward 13, had moved into the downswing of his manic-depressive curve, and there had been trouble. Before the orderlies could buckle him into a restraining jacket, he had managed to break the arm of a frozen catatonic patient who had made no sound even as the bones snapped. Under apomorphine, Gregson subsided. After a few days, he would be at the bottom of his psychic curve, dumb, motionless, and disinterested. Nothing would be able to rouse him then. For a while, Dr. Robert Bruno, chief of staff, waited till the nurse had gone out with the no longer sterile hypodermic. Then he nodded at the orderly. "All right, prepare the patient. I want him in surgery. 3 in half an hour." He went out into the corridor, a tall, quiet man with cool blue eyes and firm lips. Dr. Kenneth Morrissey was waiting for him. The younger man looked troubled. "Surgery, doctor. Come on," Bruno said. "We've got to get ready." "How's Wheeler?" "Simple fracture of the radius, I think. I'm having plates made." "Turn him over to one of the other doctors," Bruno suggested. "I need your help." He used his key on the locked door. "Gregson's in good shape for the experiment." Morrissey didn't answer. Bruno laughed a little. "What's bothering you, Ken?" "It's the word experiment," Morrissey said. "Pentothal narcosynthesis was an experiment when they first tried it. So was this empathy surrogate. If there is a risk, I'll be taking it, not Gregson. You can't be sure." They stepped into the elevator. "I am sure," Bruno said with odd emphasis. "That's been my rule all my life, I make sure. I've got to be sure before I undertake anything new. This experiment can't possibly fail. I don't run risks with patients." "Well, come in here." Bruno led the way from the elevator to an examination room. "I want a final checkup. Try my blood pressure." He stripped off his white coat and deftly wound the pneumatic rubber around his arm. "I've explained the whole situation to Gregson's wife," Bruno went on as Morrissey squeezed the bulb. "She's signed the authorization papers. She knows it's the only chance to cure Gregson, after all, Ken. The man's been insane for 7 years. Cerebral deterioration's beginning to set in." "Cellular, you mean?" I am not worried about that. Blood pressure. Okay, heart." Morrissey picked up a stethoscope. After a while he nodded. "A physician hasn't any right to be afraid of the dark," Bruno said. "A physician isn't charting unmapped territory," Morrissey said abruptly. "You can dissect a cadaver, but you can't do that to the psyche. As a psychiatrist, you should be the first to admit that we don't know all there is to know about the mind." "Would you take a transfusion from a meningitis patient?" Bruno chuckled. "Witchcraft, Ken. Pure witchcraft. The germ theory of psychosis. Afraid I'll catch Gregson's insanity. I hate to disillusion you, but episodic disorders aren't contagious." "Just because you can't see a bug doesn't mean it isn't there," Morrissey growled. "What about a filterable virus? A few years ago nobody could conceive of liquid life. Next you'll be going back to Elizabethan times and talking about spleen and humors." Bruno resumed his shirt and coat. He sobered. "In a way, though, this is a transfusion. The only type of transfusion possible. I'll admit, no one knows all there is to know about psychoses. Nobody knows what makes a man think either. But that's where physics is beginning to meet medicine. Witchcraft and medicine isolated digitalent when they met, and scientists are beginning to know the nature of thought, an electronic pattern of energy. Empirical. Compare not the brain, but the mind itself, to a uranium pile, Bruno said. The potentialities for atomic explosion are in the mind because you can't make a high specialized colloid for thinking without approaching the danger level. It's the price humans pay for being Homo sapiens in a uranium pile. You got boron steel bars as dampers, to absorb the neutrons before they can get out of control. In the mind, those dampers are purely psychic, naturally, but they're what keep a man sane. You can prove anything by symbolism, Morrissey said sourly, and you can't stick bars of boron steel in Gregson's skull. Yes, I can, Bruno said, in effect. But those dampers are ideas, thoughts. You can't. What is a thought? Bruno asked. Morrissey grimaced and followed the chief of staff out. You can chart a thought on the encephalograph, he said stubbornly, because it's a radiation. What causes that radiation? Energy emitted by certain electronic patterns. What causes electronic patterns? The basic physical structure of matter. What causes uranium to throw off neutrons under special conditions? Same answer. If an uranium pile starts to get out of control, you can damp it if you move fast, with boron or cadmium. If you move fast, why use Gregson? He's been insane for years. If he'd been insane for only a week, we couldn't prove it was the empathy surrogate that cured him. You are just arguing to dodge the responsibility. If you don't want to help me, I'll get somebody else. It would take weeks to train another man, Morrissey said. No, I'll operate. Only, have you thought of the possible effect on your own mind? Certainly, Bruno said. Why the devil do you suppose I've been running exhaustive psychological tests on myself? I am completely oriented. I am so normal that my mind must be full of boron dampers. He paused at the door of his office. Barber's here. I'll meet you in surgery. Morrissey's shoulders slumped. Bruno smiled slightly and opened the door. His wife was sitting on a leather couch, idly turning the pages of a psychiatric review. Studying, Bruno said. Want a job as a nurse? Hello, darling, she said, tossing the magazine aside. She came toward him quickly. She was small and dark and, Bruno thought academically, extremely pretty. Then his thoughts stopped being academic as he kissed her. What's up? You're doing that operation tonight, aren't you? I wanted to wish you luck. How'd you know, Bob? She said. We've been married long enough so I can read your mind a little. I don't know what the operation is, but I know it's important. So, for luck. She kissed him again. Then, with a smile and a nod, she slipped out and was gone. Dr. Robert Bruno sighed, not unhappily, and sat behind his desk. He used the annunciator to check the sanitarium's routine, made certain everything was running smoothly, and clicked his tongue with satisfaction. Now the experiment. Surgery. 3 had some new equipment for the experiment. Bruno's collaborator, Andrew Parsons, the atomic physicist, was there, small and untidy, with a scowling, wrinkled face that looked incongruous under the surgeon's cap. There was to be no real surgery. Trepanning wasn't necessary, but aseptic precautions were taken as a matter of course. The anesthetist and 2 other nurses stood ready, and Morrissey, in his white gown, seemed to have forgotten his worry, and had settled down to his usual quiet competence. Gregson was on one of the tables, already prepped and unconscious. Intravenous anesthesia would presently supplement the apomorphine in his system, as it would also be administered to Bruno himself. Ferguson and Dale, 2 other doctors, were present. At worst, quick cerebral surgery might be necessary, if anything went badly amiss. But nothing could, Bruno thought. Nothing could. He glanced at the sleek, shining machines with their attachments and registering dials. Not medical equipment, of course. They were in Parsons' line. He had planned and built them. But the idea had been Bruno's to begin with, and Bruno's psychiatric knowledge had complemented Parsons' technology. Two branches of science had met, and the result would be a specific for insanity. 2 spots on Bruno's head had been shaved clean. Parsons carefully affixed electrodes which were already in place on Gregson's skull. "Remember," Parsons said, "you should be as relaxed as possible." "You took no sedative, Doctor," Morrissey said. "I don't need one. The anesthetic will be enough." The nurses moved with silent competence about the table. The emergency oxygen apparatus was tested. The adrenaline was checked. The sterilizer steamed on its table. Bruno emptied his mind and relaxed as a nurse swabbed his arm with alcohol. Superimposure of the electronic mental matrix of sanity. Psychic rapport. The pattern of his sanity dampers would be fixed unalterably in the twisted, warped mind of the manic depressive. He felt the sting of the needle. Automatically, he began counting. 1, 2, 3. He opened his eyes. The face of Morrissey, intent and abstracted, hung over him. Beyond Morrissey was the bright ceiling, fluorescent, glaring down with a brilliance that made Bruno blink. His arm stung slightly, but otherwise there were no after effects. "Can you hear me, Doctor?" Morrissey said. Bruno nodded. "Yes, I am awake now." His tongue was a little thick. "That was natural, Gregson." But Morrissey's face was growing smaller. No, it was receding. The ceiling light shrank. He was falling. He shot down with blinding rapidity. White walls rushed up past him. Morrissey's face receded to a shining dot far above. It grew darker as he fell. Winds screamed, and there was a slow, gradually increasing thundering like an echo resounding from the floor of this monstrous abyss. Down and down, faster and faster, with the white walls fading to gray and to black, till he was blind, till he was deafened with that roaring echo. Visibility returned. Everything was out of focus. He blinked, swallowed, and made out the rectangular shape of a bedside screen. There was something else, white and irregular. "Are you awake, Doctor?" "Hello, Harwood," Bruno said to the nurse. "How long have I been out?" "About 2 hours. I'll call Dr. Morrissey." She stepped out of the room. Bruno flexed his muscles experimentally. He felt all right. Not even a headache. His vision was normal now. He instinctively reached for his wrist and began counting the pulse. Through the window, he could see the slow motion of a branch, the leaves fluttering in a gentle wind. Footsteps sounded. "Congratulations," Morrissey said, coming to the bed. "Gregson's in shot, but he's already beginning to come out of it. No prognosis yet, but I'll bet a cookie you've done it." Bruno let out his breath in a long sigh. "You think so?" Morrissey laughed. "Don't tell me you weren't sure." "I am always sure," Bruno said. "Just the same, confirmation's always pleasant. I am thirsty as the devil. Get me some ice, Ken, will you?" "All right." Morrissey leaned out of the door and called the nurse. Then he came back and lowered the Venetian blind. "Sunday, in your eyes, that better?" "How do you feel, or need I ask?" "Quite normal. No ill effects at all, say. You better notify Barbara I am alive. I already have, she's coming over. Meanwhile, Parsons is outside. Want to see him?" "Sure." The physicist must have been near the door, for he appeared almost instantly. "I'll have to depend on you now," he said. Psychiatric examinations are out of my line, but Dr. Morrissey tells me we've apparently succeeded. We can't be sure yet, Bruno said, cautiously, reaching for cracked ice. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. How do you feel? If there is a healthier specimen in this hospital than Dr. Bruno, Morrissey said, I've yet to hear of it. I'll be back. I've got to check a patient. He went out. Bruno lay back on his pillow. I'll be up and around tomorrow, he said, and I'll want to make some tests on Gregson then. Meanwhile, I'll relax. For a change, one good thing about this place. The routine's so perfect that you can unhitch yourself completely and let yourself rest if you want to. A dependable staff. The Venetian blind clattered in the wind. Parsons grunted and went toward it, taking hold of the cord. He raised the blind and stood there, his back to Bruno. But it was dark outside the window. The sun was in my eyes, Bruno said. Wait a minute. That was only a little while ago. Parsons, something's wrong. What? Parsons asked, without turning. Morrissey said I was unconscious for only 2 hours, and I took anesthesia at 9:30. At night. But the sun was shining in that window when I woke up a few minutes ago. It's night now, Parsons said. It can't be. Get Morrissey. I want to. But Parsons suddenly leaned forward and opened the window. Then he jumped out and vanished. Morrissey, Bruno shouted. Morrissey came in. He didn't look at Bruno. He walked quickly across the room and jumped out of the window into the darkness. Ferguson and Dale entered, still in their operating gowns. They followed Morrissey through the window. Bruno hoisted himself up. 3 nurses came through the door. An intern and an orderly followed. Then others, in nightmare procession. The staff filed into Bruno's room. In deadly silence, they walked to the window and jumped out. The blanket slipped down from Bruno's body. He saw them sail slowly toward the window. The bed was tilting. No, the room itself was turning, revolving, till Bruno clung frantically to the headboard while gravity dragged him inexorably toward a window that now gaped directly below him. The bed fell. It spilled Bruno out. He saw the oblong of the window opening like a mouth to swallow him. He plunged through into utter blackness, into an echoing, roaring hell of night and thunder. Oh, good heavens, Bruno moaned. What a dream! Morrissey, get me a sedative, the psychiatrist laughed. You've had a dream within a dream before, haven't you, doctor? It sounds unnerving, but now you've told me all about it. The catharsis is better than a barbiturate. I suppose so. Bruno lay back in the bed. This wasn't the room he had dreamed about. It was much larger, and outside the windows was normal darkness. Morrissey had said that the anesthetic had lasted for several hours. Anyway, I am jittery, Bruno said. I didn't know you had any nerves. Here, Harwood. Morrissey turned to the nurse and scribbled down a few symbols on a pad. There? We'll get your sedative. Don't you want to know about Gregson? I'd forgotten about him completely, Bruno acknowledged. Can you tell anything definite yet? We caught him on the down curve of the depressive cycle, remember? Well, he isn't talking yet, but there is a touch of euphoria. The elation will wear off. One thing. You've broken the cycle. His mind isn't adjusted yet to those damper bars you put in him. But offhand, I'd say it looks pretty good. What does Parsons think? He's immersed in calculations. Said he'd be around to see you as soon as you woke up. Here is that sedative. Bruno accepted the capsules from the nurse and washed them down with water. Thanks. I'd rather rest a bit. I must have unconsciously piled up quite a lot of tension, so I gather, Morrissey said dryly. Well, here is the bell cord. Anything else? Just rest. Bruno hesitated. Oh, one thing. He extended his arm. Pinch it. Morrissey stared and chuckled. Still not sure. You are awake? I can assure you you are, Doctor. I'm not going to jump out of the window. And it's still night, you'll notice. When Bruno didn't move, Morrissey pinched up a fold of the other's forearm, between thumb and finger. Ouch, Bruno said. Thanks anytime, Morrissey said cheerfully. Get some rest now, I'll be back. He went out with the nurse. Bruno blew out his breath and let his gaze wander around the room. Everything looked perfectly solid and normal. No black thundering abyss lurked under the floor. An unpleasant dream. He reached for pad and pencil and made careful notes on the curious double delusion before he let himself relax. Then he felt the sedative creeping slowly along his nerves. A warm, pleasant sensation that he was glad to encourage. He didn't want to think. Later would be time enough. The empathy surrogate experiment Gregson, the physicist Parsons, Barbara. Later. He drowsed. It seemed only a moment before he opened his eyes to see sunlight beyond the window. Brief panic touched him. Then he looked at his wristwatch and was reassured to see that it said 11 o'clock. He could hear the muffled sounds of the ordinary hospital routine going on outside door and window. Presently, feeling refreshed, he got up and dressed. In Nurse Harwood's office, he telephoned Morrissey, exchanged brief greetings, and then went to his own office to shower and shave. He telephoned Barbara. Hello there, she said. Morrissey notified me you were doing all right, so I thought I'd wait till you woke up. I'm awake now. Suppose I come over to the house for lunch. Swell, I'll be waiting. Half an hour then. Half an hour. I'm glad you called, Bob. I was worried. You needn't have been. Was your experiment a success? Can't tell yet. Keep your fingers crossed. "10 minutes later, Bruno's fingers were still crossed as he examined. Parsons and Morrissey were present. The physicist kept making notes, but Morrissey stood silent and watchful. There was very little to be seen as yet. Gregson lay in his bed, the shaved spots on his head white against the dark hair, his features relaxed and peaceful. The typical anxiety expression was gone. Bruno opened the man's eyes and flashed his light into them. Contraction of the pupils seemed normal. Can you hear me, Gregson? Gregson's lips moved, but he said nothing. It's all right. You're feeling fine, aren't you? You're not worried about anything, are you? Headache, Gregson said. Bad headache. We'll give you something for that. Now, try to sleep. Outside in the corridor, Bruno tried hard to repress his exultation. Parsons blinked at him, scowling. Can you tell anything yet? Bruno checked himself. No, it's too soon, but the manic-depressive phase is past, Morrissey put in. He seems rational, and he hasn't been for 3 years. Those damper bars? Bruno smiled. Well, we'll have to wait and see. We can't write up a report yet. He's certainly oriented. We'll give him a chance to rest. More tests later. I don't want to jump the gun. But with Barbara, he let himself be more enthusiastic. We've done it, Barbara. Found a specific for insanity. She leaned across the table to pour coffee. I thought there were so many types of psychosis that the treatment varied considerably. Well, that's true. But we've never got to the real basis of the trouble before. You can cure a cold by rest, therapy, force fluids and aspirin, but cold vaccine gets directly to the root of the trouble. Some types of insanity have been thought incurable. But tetanus was incurable, till we got a vaccine for it. The empathy surrogate therapy is the lowest common denominator. It works on the electronic structure of the mind. And unless there is physical deterioration, as in advanced paresis, our treatment should work beautifully. So that's what you were working on, Barbara said. Bob, you don't know how glad I am that it's successful. Well, we hope we're almost sure. But you can take a vacation now? You've been working so hard. A few more weeks, and I'll be ready. I've got to collate my notes. I can't run out on Parsons at this stage, but very soon, I promise. He looked up to see her smile. Suddenly he stiffened. Her smile was broadening, stretching, the lower lip dropping till all her teeth showed. The lower lids of her eyes hung, stretched, and nose lengthened. Her eyes slowly crawled out of their sockets and lengthened on dreadful stalks down her cheeks. She melted down and out of sight beneath the table. The table began to sink, and now everything around him was melting. Under him the chair became plastic, and then fluid. The floor was a bowl, and the walls were dripping down into it, into a shining whirlpool at the center. He slipped helplessly along that slope till the pool engulfed him in a chaos of thunder and confusion and sickening horror. The winds bellowed, the empty drop closed around him. He fell in darkness. This time, when he woke, he wasn't sure. The panic had not left him. He learned later that he had been semi-delirious for 8 days, and only Morrissey's unceasing attention had kept him reasonably quiet. Then there were weeks of convalescence, and a vacation, and it seemed a long time before he came back from Florida, tanned and healthy, to resume his duties. Even then, though there was the fear, when he drove toward the blocky buildings of the sanitarium, he felt a touch of it brush him. He reached for Barbara's hand and felt some comfort in the assurance of her nearness. She had been helpful too, though she had not understood. Every day after that, when he left her, there was a fleeting apprehension lest he never see her again. To forget the uncertainty of his footing, the ground that was no longer absolutely solid, he plunged into the hospital's routine. And gradually, after more weeks, the terror began to leave him. Gregson had been cured. He was still under precautionary observation, but all traces of his psychosis seemed to have vanished. There were still minor neuroses, the natural result of the past 6 years of abnormal restraint, but they were disappearing under proper therapy. The empathy surrogate treatment was successful. Yet, for a while, Bruno refused to attempt more experiments. Parsons was displeased. He was anxious to chart a graph on the process, and one trial did not provide enough evidence. Bruno kept putting the physicist off with promises. It eventually ended in a minor spat which Morrissey halted by pointing out that Dr. Robert Bruno was technically his own patient and was not yet ready for further research on the dangerous subject. Parsons, furious, went off. Bruno followed Morrissey into the latter's office and sat down in one of the more comfortable chairs. It was mid-afternoon, and beyond the windows the drowsy hum of summer made a peaceful counterpoint to the conversation. Cigarette. Ken. Thanks. What, Bob? The two men had drawn closer together in the last weeks. Morrissey no longer addressed his chief of staff with the former doctor. I've been collating the facts of your case, and I think I've got at the root of the trouble. Do you want to hear my diagnosis? Candidly, I don't, Bruno said, closing his eyes and inhaling smoke. I'd prefer to forget it, but I know I can't. That would be psychically ruinous. You had a cyclic self-containing dream. I suppose you could call it that. You dreamed? You were dreaming? You were dreaming? You know what your trouble is? Well, you are not sure you are awake now. Oh, I am sure enough, Bruno said. Most of the time. You've got to be sure all the time. Or else make yourself believe that it doesn't matter whether you are dreaming or waking. Doesn't matter. Ken, to know that everything may melt away under my feet at any time, and to think that doesn't matter, that's impossible. Then you've got to be sure you are awake. Those hallucinations you had are over weeks have passed. Hallucinatory time is elastic and subjective. It's a defense mechanism, you know that, I suppose. Defense against what? Morrissey moistened his lips. Remember, I am the psychiatrist, and you are the patient. You were psychoanalyzed when you studied psychiatry, but you didn't get all the devils out of your subconscious. Hang it, Bob. You know very well that most psychiatrists take up the work because they're attracted to it for pathological reasons, neuroses of their own. Why did you always insist that you were so utterly sure of everything? I always made short compensation to allow for a basic unsureness and insecurity in your own makeup. Consciously, you were sure the empathy surrogate treatment would work. But your unconscious mind wasn't so certain. You never let yourself know that, though. But it came out under stress, the therapy itself. Go on, Bruno said slowly. Morrissey tapped the papers on his desk. I know my diagnosis is pretty accurate, but you can decide that for yourself. You can tell perhaps better than I can. The frontiers of the mind are terra incognita. Your simile of a uranium pile was better than you'd realized. When critical mass is approached, there is danger, and the damper bar is in your own mind. What did Parsons' machine do to them? I am quite sane, Bruno said. I think. Sure you are now. You are getting over that explosion. You've been building up an anxiety neurosis, and the therapy made it blow off. Just how, I don't understand. The electronic patterns of the mind aren't in my field. All I know is that the experiment with Gregson removed the safety blocks from your mind, and you lost control for a while. Thus the hallucinations, which simply followed the path of least resistance. Point 1. You're afraid of insecurity and unsureness, and you always have been. Thus your dream follows a familiarly symbolic pattern. At any time, the sureness of waking may vanish. Point 2. As long as you think you were dreaming, you were dodging responsibility. Good Lord, Ken, Bruno said. I just want to be sure I am awake. And there is absolutely no way you can be sure of that, Morrissey said. The conviction must come from your own mind and be subjective. No objective proof is possible. Otherwise, if you fail to convince yourself, the anxiety neurosis will grow back into a psychosis. And he shrugged. It sounds logical, Bruno said. I'm beginning to see it pretty clearly, I think. Perhaps this clarification is what I needed. Do you think you are dreaming now? Not at the moment, certainly. Swell, Morrissey said, because the conglobulation of the psyche between the forever and upstriding Kalino by Stixing Ferinder San. Bruno jumped up. Ken! He said, dry-throated. Stop it. Felix or Katween Baliza. Stop it. By Zinder Kona, rip-stilling and always, never knowing. The words came out in great, whirling, shining globes. They raced past Bruno's head with a screaming hiss. They bombarded him. They carried him back into a thundering, windy abyss of blackness and terror. Morrissey stepped back from the bed and asked. Dr. Robert Bruno managed to nod. Good, Morrissey said. You were out for about 3 hours. But everything's going nicely. You'll be up and around pretty soon. There is plenty to be done. Barbara wants to see you. And Parsons. Ken, Bruno said. Wait a minute. Am I awake now? I mean, really awake? Morrissey stared and grinned. Sure, he said. I can guarantee that. But Bruno did not answer. His gaze moved to the windows, to the solidity of the walls and ceiling, to the reality of his own hands and arms. Never knowing. He looked at Morrissey, waiting for Morrissey to vanish, and the black pit to open again beneath him. End of Dream's End by Henry Kuttner.
Castle of Terror by E.J. Liston.
Too bad, Griffin, Hale Jenkins said to the man alongside. Now, if you'd have just stuck to bank stick-ups, you'd have been all right. Bud Griffin said, his mouth twisted in a wry grin. I'd have been all right if you'd have just stuck to being a traffic cop. But you had to show the commissioner you were on the ball, so he sent you after me. That's all. The light suddenly flashed over the pilot's compartment, with its warning to fasten safety belts. A few seconds later, the stewardess came around with the smiling warning that they were coming over some bad pockets and that there was no need to worry. Both men fastened their belts, as did all the other passengers on the giant airliner, and after a while the elevator began its ride. Griffin reached up and pulled the air vent down, so that the cold air of the upper reaches at which they were flying could send its refreshing draughts of air down the vent. Jenkins had been airsick once and didn't want any more of the same. He followed Griffin's gaze and looked into the grey fog of a huge cloud bank. Jenkins, to get his mind off the possibility of getting sick again, took up where the other had left off. Yeah, but like I say, you should have stuck to robbing banks. His lean, strong face, with the unusual bone structure which made it a face of highlights and plane surfaces, broke into a wide-angled grin. He threw the shock of black hair from his eyes and continued, Guys like you never learn. Gotta work with a heater. Griffin's opaque eyes shifted from the greyness which had encircled the plane and met the dancing grey ones of the detective beside him. Griffin's lips mimicked the grin of the other, but his words were not so light-hearted. Look, copper, you just got lucky. If it weren't for that dame, I should have been smart. I should have known she'd have sung. No dame can keep her yap shut, but get this, we ain't in yet, so be smart and don't think Bud Griffin's fryin'. Not yet, he ain't. Jenkins was, for a detective, a rather amiable sort. In Griffin's case, however, he could not help but give an occasional needle. The hoodlum and murderer's bragging rasped on Jenkins' nerves. Now, don't blame the girl, Jenkins said. She was just the last step in my trail. The guy who really talked was Bud Griffin. There is a character who'll never stop talking. If you hadn't talked to the bartender in that joint on the waterfront, I'd have never found out about Myrtle. But he knew Myrtle and the kind of girl she was. He knew she only went for the hoods who had dough, and no guy who drinks beer like you do and leaves no tips ought to have dough. So when Myrtle walks in with a platinum fox jacket and says, "You bought it," he gets mighty suspicious. It was a cinch then, Bud. All I had to do was tell the girl she was going to be named as an accessory after the fact, and she spilled her load. Pinpoints of flame suddenly danced in Griffin's eyes. His hands lying quiescent on his lap, curled into balls of bone and muscle, Griffin had many weaknesses. Of them all, anger was his greatest, for in the heat of anger, he would do anything and not care about the consequences. It had proved his undoing many times. His last surge of anger had resulted in murder during a robbery. The victim had resisted Griffin and had been shot in cold blood. As always, that anger showed invisible signs. There came the pinpoints of flame to the eyes, the clenching of fists, and an odd curling of the mouth. But Jenkins, either because he did not know of these signs, or because he was so wrapped in his own glory, did not notice the other's shifting movement. When Griffin struck, it was with electric speed. Certainly, he had nothing to gain by his attack on Jenkins, for had he thought it out logically, he would have realized there was no way of escape. A fool would have realized that there was no way of getting out of a plane which was flying at 10,000 feet and coming down alive, unless one had a chute. So it was sheer berserk anger which prompted the attack. Griffin's right elbow shot up and sideways and landed with telling force against Jenkins' jaw, At almost the same instant, he slipped loose of his safety belt, whirled on his companion, and struck him 2 savage blows with his fists. Those blows stunned the detective, and like a snake in movement, Griffin's hand reached for the pistol in Jenkins' holster and drew it. Dazed as Jenkins was, he tried to stop Griffin. The barrel of the gun slashed a furrow in his cheek for the try. The blow rocked the detective's head back and allowed him to get out of his seat. In an instant he was in the aisle, leaping for the pilot's compartment. He had no plan. He wasn't even thinking. In the background of his mind he knew the panic he had created. He could see it reflected in the face of the woman in the front seat, in the wide, suddenly terror-stricken eyes of the man at her side. But what he was going to do when he reached a closed door, that was his goal, he did not know. There were screams and hoarse commands from the rear. The stewardess shouted for him not to go beyond the door. Griffin reached it, whirled and faced the length of the plane, a snarl on his lips, and the .38 in his hand, a small-barreled threat of death to whoever was fool enough to attempt to stop him. And there was one who was going to be a fool, while the Jenkins was just dazed by the last blow. Or whether he really thought he could stop the other is a matter of conjecture, but he rose to his feet and started forward in a stumbling run. "Come on, copper," Griffin grunted, a terrible smile of anticipation on his lips. "I've been wanting to knock you off." Everyone on the plane froze in horror as the gun muzzle came up. The finger on the trigger tightened in a sort of slow-motion action until it seemed as if the smallest pressure would set it off. And still Jenkins stumbled forward until only a couple of feet separated the two. Then the grin became a snarl on Griffin's lips, and all knew the instant of death had arrived. Jenkins must have felt it also, for he took the last few steps in a shambling, wide-armed leap, as if he were welcoming it. It was at that instant that the co-pilot decided to step through the door. The steel door slammed against the bent figure of the gunman just as he pulled the trigger. The gun went off with a roar, and Jenkins hit Griffin like a tackler slamming into a ball carrier. But louder than the pistol's sound was the sound from without the plane. It was as if all the fury of hell had exploded out there. The plane became a straw licked upward and outward, sucked downward and inward, in some vortex of sound and fury which was completely unrecognizable. It was as if some external force was venting its spleen on the craft. In the space of split seconds, in the time a picture forms in a mind, the plane and all its occupants lost their meaning. There was a great rending sound, and following the disintegration of the great ship into space, Hal Jenkins felt himself spinning, whirling, falling into a vast, empty fog. There was peace and contentment in that fog, and a sort of forgetfulness. There was nothing above and nothing below, just a grey murk. For a last instant of awareness, Jenkins saw not far from him the body of Griffin, describing the same gyrations as his own. Then there was a wrenching at his bowels, a tearing at his brain, and unconsciousness slipped over him like the noose over the hanged man. Odd piping voices penetrated into Jenkins' brain. He stirred and rolled over, and after a few seconds got his hands under him and pushed himself erect. He felt rather than saw the tree close to him, and put one hand out to its friendly trunk, steadying himself against it. His head came up after a second, and his eyes cleared of the fog before them. He stared in disbelief as he looked out over a great valley. In the distance, made plain by the brilliant light of the sun, he saw a tremendous castle with many turreted immense sides. It shimmered and danced in the brilliant light like a mirage conjured by a fevered mind. Yet he knew without being told that it was real as the 3 tiny men who regarded him with passionately intent, though oddly frightened eyes from a few feet off. But sight was not the only sense of which Jenkins had the full use. He was aware of an odd rumbling sound in the distance, as of thunder, yet not quite thunder. He noticed that the gnomes had also heard the sound, for their eyes turned from their intent regard of him to the castle perched on the mesa in the distance. He could not see their eyes now, yet he was aware that they held fear, cold, numbing fear, fright so great it binds the entrails, makes a stone statue of a man, even a dwarf. They held their poses even after the dying sounds of the strange rumble had passed in the distance. When Jenkins spoke, it took several seconds for them to bring their attention to him. "Where am I? And who are you?" Their answering voices were childish pipings, making even less sense of a confused situation. "I am Loti," said the smallest, who wore a fringe of beard from his forehead all the way around the pointed, slat-like chin. "I am Gyno," said the second. He had a hooked nose so long it almost touched his chin. "I am Mykas," said the third, who had a round face, a bulbous nose whose color was that of a ripe tomato, flapping pointed ears too large for his face, and a pair of perfectly round eyes. "Yeah, but where am I?" Jenkins persisted. "In the land of Nat." All three piped in unison. Slowly, the brain fog was clearing for Jenkins. The miracle of his landing safely was still not quite clear, nor could he understand the presence of these odd beings. But as reason returned to Jenkins, it told him something had happened which would perhaps be unexplainable. He pointed toward the castle and said, "Who lives there?" "Lucretia." They answered again in unison. Now there is a familiar name, Jenkins thought, while at the same time a horrifying idea occurred to him. If it were Lucretia Borgia, he thought, then he might be dead suddenly. There was a spine-chilling roar, a vast crashing in the underbrush close by, and a tremendous boulder sailed by and disappeared over the lip of the chasm. Its crashing echoes could be heard for a long time afterward. When Jenkins recovered his balance, the gnomes had disappeared. Jenkins's eyes narrowed in search of them, but after one look at the thick underbrush, he turned aside and began to search for a path leading either through the brush or down the steep sides of the cliff. There wasn't much choice, he discovered. In fact, there was no choice at all. How, a stentorian voice bellowed, seemingly from at his very heels. Look what we have here. Once more Jenkins did a pirouette. Facing him were three men. They seemed to come in series of threes in this screwy place, he thought. But these were quite different than the gnomes he had first seen. These were giants, all dressed in the same manner. Each wore the skin of a wild animal draped about him. Only their middles were covered, and their immensely broad and hairy chests and legs, which were like tree trunks, stood out in naked and unpretty relief. They had not known the touch of a razor for a very long time. Their beards reached almost to their waists, while their heads were crowned with a tangled growth of wiry brush. Each man was armed with a spiked club on which he was resting, as he regarded the stranger. "He's mine," one said suddenly. "I saw him first." "No," the second said. "You are the youngest. I am the oldest. I get him. And I am the strongest," said the third. "I'll take him." The last one didn't wait for a reply, but leaped for Jenkins in a clumsy jump. Only Jenkins didn't wait for him. He stepped aside as the giant came on, and as he went past, Jenkins tripped him by simply putting out his leg. The giant went sailing off into space, and as he stumbled over the lip of the chasm, his scream of fear was drowned in the roars of rage which came from the other two. They came at him on splay feet, their clubs raised high, their mouths opened, and their eyes slitted in rage. But they were slow and clumsy, and Jenkins danced out of range. The giants recovered their balance, turned, and came at him again, this time from opposite sides. Jenkins waited until they were almost upon him before moving. The two had their clubs raised as they ran, and just as Jenkins leaped, they swung their murderous weapons. If it weren't for the deadly seriousness of the situation, Jenkins would have found vast humor in it. For in the swinging both missed him. But one, the youngest, caught his partner squarely on the skull with the spiked club. The stricken one fell like an ox at the slaughter. Slobbering sounds of rage came from the remaining giant. His beady eyes were red-rimmed, and his voice shook in passion as he charged again. And once more Jenkins danced away. But this time the smile was wiped from the Earthman's lips, as his moving steps struck against a protruding root, and he went sprawling backward. Rage turned to triumph. The club came on high and began its descent, and Jenkins could only watch it in horror. The terrible club gained speed, size, terror in its immensity as it descended, and Jenkins seemed chained to the earth by a power greater than his will. The club was inches away, and Jenkins closed his eyes to it and made a silent prayer. There was a dull thud as the club dropped from the giant's hand to the ground, and another thud as the body of the giant landed with breathtaking force across that of the Earthman. Jenkins grunted in pain. He shoved at the inert figure sprawled across him and rolled it to one side. His breath whistled through his nostrils as he arose and brushed the dirt from him, and he wondered dully how he had been saved. "They are as children," a voice replied to his unspoken question. "And like children, they can't reason." The whistle came from his lips this time, as he did a double take at the figure which confronted him. She was standing not 3 feet from him, a tall, lissom figure, dressed in a sheer costume which hid her figure, yet left enough to be seen to entrance the eye. Midnight black hair, a beautifully carved throat, perfection for nose and lips, and eyes haughty as a queen's made up the rest of her. He could only stare, open-mouthed in admiration, lost in her beauty. A faint smile touched her lips as she advanced toward him. He caught the movement of others also, and from the corners of his eyes saw that she had not come alone. Attending her were mailed bodyguards wearing 16th century armor. "I thought the other came alone," Lucretia said. "But now I see I was wrong." "He is up there. You will be there too." "Up there?" Jenkins asked, somewhat foolishly, pointing to the castle in the distance. "Yes, up there. Come along now." She turned and moved away from him, and the mailed men took her place. This time Jenkins made no move of protest. The long swords and small knives these men carried in their belts made foolish any attempt to fight them. It took a great deal less time to reach the castle than Jenkins would have thought possible. Yet there were no means of transportation other than walking. The castle was much like one Jenkins remembered in a movie he had seen. A huge drawbridge swung down over the wide and deep moat before the perpendicular walls of the castle. Trumpets sounded and mailed guards ran to appointed places at the castle's entrance. The beautiful creature nodded in acknowledgement of their salute as she stepped past them, Jenkins at her side and the 8 bodyguards, 2 abreast, walking behind. Thus they proceeded up the long and narrow courtyard, through another entrance, and into an inner courtyard which preceded the entrance hall proper to the castle. Things happened at a greater pace from then on. At her signal, men came forward, took Jenkins with them, and, from then until his return to the woman, he was bathed, shaved and dressed in a wondrously brocaded gown. When he returned, it was to find her in the immense banquet hall. She motioned him forward and bade him sit at her right. His eyes went wide when he saw who was at her left, Griffin, and dressed in a gown similar to his own. "Hi, chum," Griffin said. "Nice layout, huh? I like him," Lucretia said as she signaled for the food to be brought in. "He has such ill manners and such a boorish way of expressing himself." Jenkins swallowed in haste as his eyes took in the rest of the company around the table. Never in all his days of police work had he seen such a collection of cutthroats, yet they, as he, were dressed in finery that was worth a fortune. They saw his stare and answered him with wide grins which somehow had the power to make his blood run cold. "Ah," she continued, "they like you, I see. Ah, well, it's company fit for a Borgia. Borgia, Lucretia Borgia, the infamous poisoner, the most hated woman of her time." He turned for another quick look and wondered how a woman with such beauty could. He shook his head violently, and again she seemed to read his mind. My beauty is something I had nothing to do with. Perhaps you may come to hate it." Suddenly, a vast anger filled Jenkins' breast. His nostrils dilated in passion, and when he spoke his voice was hoarse with it. "Look, I don't know what's going on, but whatever it is, I don't like it now. Get this. I am a cop, and the character sitting alongside of you is my prisoner. And I'm going to take him come hell or high water." A ripple of laughter began, which swelled to a roar as he finished. And the one who laughed the loudest was Lucretia. "Now tell me, my valorous warder," she said in dulcet tones, "how will you do this?" "I don't know," Jenkins answered darkly and somewhat foolishly. "But I'll manage. And another thing," he went on after a few seconds, "what's with this rigmarole you are playing?" "Rigmarole?" Her voice broke into tinkling laughter. "Oh, come now, we don't play games here. I am really Borgia, so let us sup. Talk will come later." A servant had placed a dish before Jenkins from which the most appetizing odors arose. Saliva formed in his mouth, and his empty belly reminded him he hadn't eaten for a long time. He raised his fork and started to dig in, but the gesture was never completed. But suddenly, he became aware that every eye was on him and that every mouth was twisted in a grin, that laughter hung silently on the air, ready to explode at the right second. They were but waiting for him to taste the food. Nerveless fingers dropped the fork, and Jenkins' gulp was audible. He knew why the grins and stares. The food was poisoned. Yet the others were eating, loudly, gaspingly, tearing at the food with fingers and jaws, eating as though it was the last meal they were ever to have. "Come, man, eat," the woman said between mouthfuls. She, like the rest, held little regard for manners. I am not hungry," Jenkins said lamely. "Too bad. It's so good," Lucretia remarked. Her eyes were daring him. There seemed to be dozens of courses, and Jenkins' hunger grew with each serving. More than hunger seized in his breast, however. Anger also gnawed at him. Anger got the better at last. He shoved his chair from the table, and it clattered backward on stumbling legs. All eyes turned to him as he stood, his hands on his hips, his head shoved forward, chin jutting out like a rock. "I've had just about enough of this," Jenkins announced loudly. "I am going, and you, Griffin, are coming with me." Gone now were the smiles, gone the laughter. The eyes were cold and oddly expectant. Jenkins grew aware of the tense silence. He grinned and began to withdraw slowly. "Okay," he said softly, "so I'll go alone." "Not even that way," Lucretia said. "My guests leave only at my bidding." As though her words were a command, two of the men at opposite ends of the table rose and started for Jenkins. Their hands were wrapped about the hilts of the short swords stuck in their belts. Jenkins continued to retreat slowly, though, until his foot struck against the chair which he'd shoved back. Then he moved like greased lightning. His right hand swept around, gathered up the chair, and flung it skidding across the floor so that it wound up among the folds of the robe worn by one of the men. At the same time, Jenkins leaped toward his other would-be attacker and chopped a right hook to his whiskered chin. It was the signal for a general rush in Jenkins' direction, but Jenkins wasn't waiting. He hadn't even waited to see the effect of his hook. The instant the blow was delivered, he had turned and leaped for the wide entrance. He ran with all speed, his mind busy, trying to remember the turns and danger points which might lie before him. There was no need of that, he discovered. The shouting voices which bade the alarm brought other guards to the chase. Jenkins came to a sliding halt as he made a turn in the corridor. The grin was still wide on his lips when his capturers brought him back to face Lucretia. "I find it unseemly," she said as the guards forced him into a chair, "that a guest should feel so strongly about not wanting my hospitality. Surely I have not been amiss in my attentions. If so, I must remedy that." A roar of laughter went up at the words. "Therefore," she went on, "we will do more than we have. Take him below and make him feel as welcome as he should have felt from the beginning. Sweat streamed from the dank walls. Feeble light came from a pair of torches set into wall brackets, light which was offset by the heavy smoke the resinous torches gave forth. A dozen cloaked figures stood around the almost naked figure of a man chained wrists, ankles, and neck to the wall. Standing directly in front of the chained man and facing him was another man with a look of cunning cruelty on his face. The one chained to the wall was Jenkins, and the man facing him was Griffin. "Look, my friend," Lucretia Borgia said to Griffin. "All about you are the implements of the trade. Here," she pointed with daintily gesturing fingers to a many-thonged whip, "is a tickler to make this fool dance, and when he tires, why, here," she pointed to something which looked like a coal scuttle, "we have a bucket in which he can rest his wearied feet. Of course you may have to heat it a trifle, but I am sure he won't mind." The others shouted in glee at the humor they found in her remark. Jenkins listened in bitter silence. The only visible sign of his desperate feelings was a tiny trickle of blood which seeped from one corner of his mouth and ran down to the side of his chin. He had given up straining against the steel chains which bound him. They had been set too strongly into the wall. He prayed that he could take the physical tortures to be inflicted on him without weakening. Then Griffin was reaching for the steel-tipped whip, and Jenkins braced himself for the pain. "Make him dance," Lucretia commanded. "Pride needs music." She stopped suddenly and her head came up. The others also froze into listening attitudes. Jenkins had been aware of the odd sound for several minutes. He had presumed that the others were too interested in what was going on down in the cold, dank dungeon to be disturbed by sounds from the upper world. The sound had a rumbling vibration. The rumble grew louder, and suddenly there was an ear-splitting crash. Dust and chips flew from the walls. "The giants!" Lucretia screamed in wild terror. "They are bowling again." As one, everybody turned and began a pell-mell race for the stairs until there was only the chained man left. And hard at their heels came another of the ear-splitting crashes. More chips flew, and now tiny streamers of water leaped from cracks which appeared in the stone. Again there was the roar, another crash, and Jenkins moaned in pain as a large chunk of rock struck his side and tore the flesh. He strained against the steel chains which bound him until he thought his blood would burst the bounds of his veins. He pulled again, and until he could strain no more, until he could only fall limply against his prison links. His mind was fevered, and his thoughts jumbled. He had to escape somehow. Again there was heard that terrorizing crash. He gasped and turned his head aside as a torrent of water poured from a fissure in the rock close to his head and shot into his face. He turned his head and felt the metal tear from the wall. His head was free. Like a madman, Jenkins tried again to loose himself. This time he succeeded, and where the chains pulled free, water dribbled from that spot with a desperate intensity. Jenkins made a superhuman effort and pulled at the chains binding his wrists. The chains came apart, tearing the flesh and leaving raw wounds. Wincing at the pain, he placed his fingers behind his neck and felt of the steel. After a few seconds of probing, he twisted at the nut which separated from the bolt with a single easy twist. He did the same with the chain binding his ankles, and Jenkins was free. The last length of chain fell into the water, which by now had formed a foot-deep puddle on the floor, and splashed loudly as Jenkins raced against a new danger. Whatever was causing those crashing sounds was also weakening the foundations of the castle. Water was beginning to pour in a perfect torrent from many cracks. The stairs to the floor above was but 20 feet from where he had been chained, but even in that short distance the water rose another foot. Jenkins took the wide stone steps, 3 at a time, and raced like wild around the short curves. He had oriented himself as they brought him down, and he knew exactly where he was going. Danger lay at the very top of the stairs, for here they were heavily guarded. Yet, when he reached the head of the stairs, Not a soul was to be seen. He became cautious. Then, being weaponless, Jenkins knew he would have to rely on stealth. Slowly he advanced until he was at the very threshold of the large banquet hall. Now he heard voices, voices raised in anger the loudest. Most shrill of these voices, the one who commanded attention, was that of Lucretia Borgia. "You fools, doltheads! When this is over, I shall have you all flayed alive." Did not any of you recognize the king of the giants as the one who was fighting the stranger? Now they are bowling against us. And who among us can challenge them? "I can, baby." Jenkins recognized that voice. It belonged to Griffin. "Duck pins, 10 pins, or any other kind. I'll match my hook with the best of them." There was a short interval of silence. When Lucretia broke it, she spoke in more natural tones. "It isn't the giants I am worried about. I have seen them bowl. They rely on strength only. The dwarfs are the ones I am worried about. We beat them the last time because they used the man from Earth, and we got him drunk. They are cunning little men. Are you sure, my friend, that you have the skill?" But Jenkins didn't wait to hear the answer. He knew Griffin had the skill. For Griffin, in his varied and checkered career, had once won an ABC tournament. It was the clue by which he had been able to trace Griffin in his chase across the continent. Jenkins peered into the hall. The men were all clustered around the woman, listening intently to her words. Silently he fled from the banquet hall and in a single leap crossed the open courtyard. From there on, he threw caution to the winds. Oddly enough, he could have walked, for not a single guard was to be seen even at the gate to the drawbridge. Although the bridge was up, Jenkins didn't hesitate for an instant. He dived in, and the waters of the moat closed over him. But the moat was not wide, nor was it too deep. 10 strokes, and he was across. The moon flooded the night with light, and his path was clear before him. After reaching the opposite bank, Jenkins started for the depths of the forest. But just as he reached it, an odd procession marched out. At the head were the 3 dwarfs Jenkins had first met. Upon recovering consciousness, behind them streamed a host of other dwarfs. And from what was evidently another path into the forest came another procession. Although this group was not as large in number, in size the men were gigantic. The 2 processions saw Jenkins at the same time, and both groups started toward him. Had it not been for the 3 little men, Jenkins couldn't imagine what fate might have befallen him. "Ho!" shouted the dwarf, "called Loti. It is the one who was taken to the castle. Come, my friend, we go to the castle. To bowl, for the good woman who rules there has made the mistake which might free us of her rule. She permitted one of our giant brethren to be killed by one of her men, and now we go to bowl against her champions. See, Micah's carries our ball." Jenkins looked at the one to whom Loti had gestured, and saw that, in truth, the little man was carrying a bowling ball. A ball which was in no way different from those Jenkins had himself used in his world. "Aye," Loti continued, "now we have again the chance to rid ourselves of her shackles." The leaders of the giants had joined them while they were talking. One of them interrupted. "Aye, Loti is right. We sent the boulders down against them from the heights. Now we go to bowl." Jenkins grinned as he started back for that castle of terror which he'd just quitted. He blinked in surprise when he saw that the drawbridge had been lowered. The dwarfs and the giants were apparently expected, but they would certainly be amazed to see him. "You!" Lucretia exclaimed when she saw him. "How did you escape?" He shrugged his shoulders and stared coldly into her beautiful eyes. She frowned back at him, then turned and motioned for her men to follow. Their way was lit by torchbearers and led up a winding path which ended on a level bit of highland directly behind the castle. Here was grassland smooth as velvet. Here were the grounds of combat, bloodless but just as decisive. There was a single alley at the far end of which stood 10 pins. Jenkins measured the alley with his eyes and figured it to be just about the length of a conventional bowling alley. The backstop was built up of earth and was soft enough so that the pins would not splinter on striking it. "We all know the rules," the creature said. "To the victor goes the rule of our land. To the loser, slavery. Therefore, let us begin. Since I hold title, I choose to have my champion bowl last." The giant's man bowled first against Loti. Just as Lucretia had said, he had speed, but that was all. Loti had a much slower ball, but one that knocked down more pins on his hits. The giant got too many splits and railroads to be able to beat the little man. Then, after a short wait, Griffin took the alley against Loti. And from the first ball, Jenkins saw that the little man stood no chance. Griffin's hook worked beautifully on the velvet grass lawn. He literally swamped Loti, whose shoulders slumped in weariness and discouragement as Griffin struck out. "And so we remain slaves once more," Loti said, as the pin setter set up the last rack. "Once, when the man called Rip Van Winkle bowled, I thought we had a chance, but she got him drunk, and we lost that match. Now this." Lucretia was elated. As the last strike scattered the pins, she ran up to Griffin and planted a kiss on his lips. "My champion," she crowed. "Now we will take care of these big and little creatures once and for all. Once I was generous. Now I will be otherwise. Maybe." Jenkins suddenly spoke. "But we're not through bowling. I am now of the people here, and I challenge the winner of the 2 matches." Loti caught up the other's words. "He speaks true. He has the right to challenge." "Is it true," Jenkins asked, "that the winner has the right to give terms?" "Aye," Loti said. "Then let's bowl," Jenkins said. He tried the grip of the ball. Loti passed to him. It was a 2-fingered grip and just a little small. As the challenger, Jenkins had to bowl first. He measured the distance carefully, tried to figure the angle into the pocket, took a 3-step run and let his ball go in a medium swing. The ball hooked in neatly and left a 4-7 split. A laugh arose from Lucretia's followers, but silence fell among them as Jenkins made the pickup. "Nice shot, Copper," Griffin said, as he stepped up to bowl and made a strike. From then on, they matched strikes to the 8th frame when Griffin hit the headpin directly and got a 7-10 railroad. He picked up the 10-pin Jenkins had gotten a 9 count and made the spare in the 9th frame. Jenkins struck. Griffin stepped up, wiped his right hand carefully against the trousers he had donned, took aim with great care, and sent the ball down the side of the alley. It hooked in nicely and again hit the headpin directly, only this time the 6, 10, 4, and 7 pins were left standing. So badly shot was he by the bad break that he fumbled the ball as he started for his second shot, but he recovered quickly and neatly, made the spare, the 4-pin barely grazing the 10. The score as they started the 10 frame was 2-6 for Griffin and 2-9 for Jenkins. Jenkins knew he had to mark at the least to win, and a double to make it close if Griffin got a double. Minutes went by while Jenkins made his last sight. Then he took 3 quick steps and let the ball go. But just as he reached the foul line, Jenkins slipped. The grass had become slick with all the running being done on its surface. And the ball, instead of hooking, went straight in and left a very bad railroad. The 4-10 Griffin's sigh of relief was the only sound to break the silence as Jenkins stepped up for his second shot. He knew there was but one chance to make it, one chance alone. If he could but get the ball over just right, it could make the 4 slide over against the 10. Thunderous roars rent the air and piping screams of delight as the giants and the dwarfs saw the dreaded 4-10 split made. The strike Jenkins hit for his last shot was an anticlimax. The score stood at 249 for Jenkins. "Nice shot," Griffin said as he stepped up. "But all I need is a double." He threw, and the 10 pins fell. His second ball was also a strike, and just to show you how good I am, Griffin declared as he held the ball for the last throw, I'm going to make just 4 pins, so you won't feel too bad. Only he didn't. But what had happened to Jenkins happened to him. His foot also slipped on the grass, and this time he got 3 pins. The score was tides. Suddenly, Jenkins sat down, removed his shoes, and stood erect. He wasn't going to take a chance on his last ball, for that was the rule on a tie. 1 ball until the tie was broken, and a strike was just a strike. There was no question of what Jenkins threw the instant he released the ball. Right in the pocket. Griffin's ball left the hard one. The 10-pin Griffin was still stooped, his hands on his hips and his face forlorn, when Jenkins' hand fell on his shoulder. I said I was taking you in, Griffin, Jenkins said, and come hell or high water, I am going to. Griffin shrugged the hand off as he whirled on the other. Don't be a fool, he spat. Do you think we're alive? Rip Van Winkle was, Jenkins said cryptically, and I think we are too. He is quite right, my friend, Loti said as he stepped up to them. I can send you back, both of you, back to the time and place of your levitating this instant. Jenkins felt a wave of blackness wash over him, a terrible wrenching at his innards, and a sudden thrust. He opened his eyes and looked about. There was a pain in his left shoulder, and he could feel a sticky wetness running down his arm. Griffin stood before him, and in Griffin's eyes was a dazed look. Behind Griffin, the door to the pilot's cabin swung crazily. Before Griffin knew what hit him, Jenkins had leaped upon him. It took 1 blow, a terrific hook to the man's jaw, and Griffin slumped to the floor. What happened? Jenkins asked as the stewardess bandaged his shoulder where Griffin's shot had caught him. Why, she said, he shot. He went backward. Then, and it's the only way I can describe it, you both seemed to freeze up for an instant. The next thing I knew, you had recovered, and the fight was over. But Jenkins knew better. He knew that in those few seconds, space and time had changed for himself and Griffin, and it was a lucky bowling match which had brought them back. End of Castle of Terror by E.J. Liston. Death asks the question by John Russell Fearn Firch, published in Thrilling Mystery Stories, July 1937. A complete novelette of ticking doom. The tortured beat of a palpitating heart. Tolls the tocsin of disaster. 1. Incarnate. The home of Abner Hilton was situated in a none too populous region, several miles from Philadelphia. It stood in solitary magnificence in its own grounds, a passably prosperous-looking place, its nearest neighbors being a dozen similar homes at regular distances. To back and front there was nothing but wild, open country, the former looking over rugged moorland to a distant hill, the latter towards the smoky line on the horizon that denoted Philadelphia itself. Within the dilapidated, depressing interior of the Hilton home, Abner Hilton sat scowling at his broken, dirty nails. The internal surroundings were as filthy as he was. Weak daylight, filtering through the half-drawn Venetian blind, glanced on faded, rotting wallpaper. It touched the spare furniture of the place, the most substantial article being an unusually long deal table provided with sloping wooden runnels on either side. In the room beyond, turned by the poor, half-insane Hilton into a bedroom, the same drab daylight fell on muddy, grey, tangled sheets and dust-caked floorboards. Gloom, depression, subhuman morbidity, all these things stalked the jetty shadows of the horrible place and filled both the rooms and Abner with a certain hellish meaning. He was waiting for his young niece to visit him. He had not seen her since her childhood. She was worth a fortune in money, and he wasn't worth a dime. The thing to do then was to kill her, very skillfully, and throw the blame onto her fiancé Courtney Wayne, a young Philadelphian engineer. Once it was done, he could have the money for himself under the will of his dead brother, the girl's father. For months he had brooded over the idea in his rotting little retreat. She would come, surely. The outside of the house looked quite prepossessing. The neighborhood was fairly select and quiet. Finally he had written a letter. His one-time culture had enabled him to write it very convincingly, expressing the urgent wish to see her and convey a confidential message which had been left in his keeping by her dead father. Yes, it had been a very clever letter, and now he sat, a tattered, unshaven figure, eyes glowing with the unholy light of murder lust, waiting. She would be here any time. Now, for an instant, his gaze shuttled to the battered alarm clock on the mantel. It was just 3 o'clock, the time appointed. That meant he jumped to his feet abruptly with a sharp and triumphant intake of breath. There was a knock on the front door. The tap of a woman's hand. Beyond doubt, just the sort of tap Mary would give, he reflected. Dear, sweet child. He chuckled viciously to himself as he moved along the dusty hall, then flinging back the massive bolts, he wrenched the door open. His hungry little eyes flashed over a young woman modestly attired in a warm winter overcoat, golden hair peeping from beneath her hat. She was just as pretty as she'd been as a child, he decided. Not quite so luxurious in clothes as he had expected. There wasn't even a car visible in the drive. Evidently she had come by train to the local station. All these thoughts took perhaps 2 seconds as he surveyed her. Then she started to speak, but he interrupted her with a raised, skinny hand, motioned inside the drab hall. Come in, my dear, he invited gently, but to his irritation she drew away nervously. No, thank you. I only just wanted to know it. Yes, of course. I am your Uncle Abner. Come along in, but I. Hilton's lean jaws snapped together. There was no time for argument. Reaching forward suddenly, he clutched the girl round the waist and flung his free hand over her mouth to stifle her cries of fright. You darn little fool, he panted, dragging her within and slamming the door. Do you want the whole damn place to hear you? Why can't you do as your uncle asks and— He stopped, momentarily surprised. The girl had fainted in his arms. For a moment he stood glaring down into her ashen face. Then staggering beneath her weight, he carried her into the living room and laid her on the long deal table. Rubbing his skinny hands together, he looked at her closely, puzzled for a while over the apparent cheapness of her clothing as he wrenched the overcoat from her unconscious form. For a girl worth a fortune, she wasn't dressing half as well as he would have expected. Still, it didn't matter. Evidently, the countryside was no place for finery. Besides, what did clothes matter anyhow? His main object was to be rid of her and put his predetermined plan into action. Working with the swiftness of movements long rehearsed, he tightly bound her wrists and ankles to the underside of the table legs. A piece of filthy rag thrust between her teeth and tied securely into position effectually gagged her. Another length of rope secured across her neck held her head tightly. A fortune, eh? Hilton muttered, surveying her helplessly trussed form. We shall see, Mary, my dear, we shall see. Turning, he strode through the dimming daylight to the rickety sideboard and pulled a long carving knife and a saw from the left drawer. Gently he laid them down beside the girl, rubbed his palms softly together in ghoulish anticipation. Grunting impatiently, he lighted an oil lamp and placed it on the hook over the table. His actions were deliberate, the brutal, inhuman actions of a fiend. First, he sliced the knife down the girl's clothes, tore them away from her body, then bedded them down in the empty firegrate. His cruel eyes rested for a while on her lissom nakedness under the dull lamp glow. Broken teeth glinted in a ghoulish smile as he found she had recovered consciousness and was trying desperately to raise her pinioned head. "Oh no, my dear," he said gently, glaring into her terror-stricken face. "It is of little use trying to scream now. The gag will take care of that. It's my turn. Not a trace will remain by the time I am finished with you. Mary Lillian Digby will vanish off the face of the earth." The girl struggled again, threshed and twisted as far as the ropes would permit, pulled her head upwards until the constriction of the cord set the veins bulging in her forehead. Then again she relaxed, dumb staring blue eyes fixed on Hilton's grinning face. Suddenly he turned away and went into the adjoining kitchen, brought forth 2 large buckets, and placed them at the ends of the table runnels. Complacently he nodded, picked up the wickedly painted knife, then drove it with all his strength between the girl's heaving breasts, gave it a left-hand twist that struck clean through her heart. There was a faint moan from behind the gag. Then her struggles ceased. Blood began to well from the knife wound in her breast. Unmoved, Hilton smiled. With a steady hand he withdrew the blade and began to cut swiftly, hacked and carved until at last he had removed the heart itself. Eyes bright with madness, he laid the bluish organ gently to one side, sucked breath over his broken teeth in sadistic glee. Again he returned to the mangled thing that had been a young woman. He worked ceaselessly until perspiration drenched him from head to foot, worked to the sound of blood dripping from the runnels into the buckets. Time and time again, he travelled with them into the filthy kitchen and emptied them into a tub. So, little by little, he dismembered the body, cut away the legs, arms and head, left only a bleeding torso with a gaping ragged hole where the heart had been torn out. Panting hard from his exertions, he stared at the dismembered organ. "At least you can never beat again," he muttered. "Not even in a dead body. It is safer with the heart removed detached." He brooded over that, then suddenly looked up with a start as there came a heavy pounding on the front door. For an instant he hesitated, staring at the pulped mass on the table. Then, quickly wiping his hands on a filthy rag, he sped through the crawling shadows of the hall and opened the door gently. The dying light fell on a young, well-dressed man with a clean-shaven face and determined blue eyes. "Well, what do you want?" Hilton demanded irritably. "You Abner Hilton, sir?" "Certainly I am." "What of it?" "I believe Mary came along to see you this afternoon. I saw her come in, as a matter of fact, a little while ago. I thought I might as well join her." "I am Courtney Wayne, her fiancé." "Oh, I see." Hilton's face lighted with sudden understanding. In the gloom, the young man failed to notice the subtle craftiness that crept into it. "Pray come in, young man. I've rather been expecting you. You must excuse the dim light, but unhappily the current is off. A fuse, you know. I am an old man and don't know much about these things." "Maybe I can fix it for you, sir," Wayne remarked, and stepped into the shadows. The instant he did so, fear crawled through him. The damp, odorous air was heavy with the reek of human blood. The whole place stank like an offal dump. Abner Hilton felt his powerful young hand close on his arm. "Where is Mary, sir?" his voice demanded from the dark. "Right ahead," the old man chuckled. "We were talking in the lamplight, owing to the fuse. Go on, right ahead, down the passage to that door there. You can see the light." Wayne hesitated for a moment, then obeyed. In a few moments he gained the open doorway and started into the dreary surroundings. Instantly his eyes alighted on that ghastly horror on the table. The room was like a charnel house. The glow of the softly swinging oil lamp in the hall draught cast its dimness on things that sent his appalled mind tumbling madly in the depths of hell. "Mary!" he screamed insanely. "Oh God, I am mad! That can't be Mary there!" "That is Mary," Hilton reassured him, closing the door softly and moving towards the fireplace. "Mary, or what remains of her. You didn't expect it, did you? Thanks for coming like this. It saved me the trouble of sending for you." Wayne's voice cracked in hysterical horror and fury over the words ripped from his lips. "You fiend, you filthy, murdering devil! You've killed her, even dismembered her body, mutilated her face. Oh God, why didn't I get here sooner? That is Mary, but you killed her," Hilton said tonelessly. "I will arrange that later." He broke off as Wayne made a sudden violent leap towards him. It was the very action he had been expecting. Instantly his hand came up from behind his back and was revealed as clutching the heavy iron poker from the grate. Wayne never realized clearly what happened as he pitched senseless to the filthy, blood-spattered floorboards. 2 heartbeats of the slain. Wayne returned to his senses with the realization that he was firmly bound to the heavy old-fashioned fire grate. His eyes, blurred with the pain from his damaged head, stared drunkenly at the dancing, leering face of Abner Hilton in the lamp glow. With a low, snarling laugh, the old man came forward, shook his skinny fist malevolently. "I waited until you recovered, young man," he said throatily. "I wanted you to see everything right through to the end. You might as well. The police will want to accuse you." He went closer, hot, fetid breath blowing in Wayne's face. "Do you realize what I am going to do to you, Courtney? I intend to break your will, turn you by slow degrees into an imbecile. By torture, by mental anguish, by whatever means I can, and as soon as I can. Clever, isn't it? And well worth it. You see, with you and Mary both out of the way, you as her murderer, in a fit of insanity, it leaves only me to collect. So good of you to follow Mary here now, watch." Wayne didn't answer. He felt already that his mind was on the verge of cracking under physical pain and the added horror of gazing, yet gaze he did with fascinated nausea as the inhuman Hilton continued his work. The knife carved flabbily into the resistless flesh of the thing that had been a woman. The saw grated viciously over bone. Every sound of it went through Wayne's body and brain, as though he were the victim. By slow degrees, through what seemed endless hours, he saw the corpse carefully cut into pieces and thrust into a heavy sack. Then Hilton became fiercely active. Lifting the buckets of blood, he vanished into the kitchen, and there came the sound of running tap. Water. When he returned, he was rubbing his hands complacently. So easy to dilute the blood to the consistency of weak dye and pour it down the sink. He breathed venomously. "That is what the police will find. You did. I will tell them that you cut the body into sections and made it unrecognizable, hoping for the perfect crime. The remains will be buried in the garden. Remember that." So saying, he seized the sack and pulled it along the floorboards to the back door, leaving behind him a smear of blood that deeply stained the boards. Wayne watched glassily, stunned with horror. He could not believe that he was seeing all that remained of Mary being carried away in that sack. He screamed at the thought, raved and cursed with impotent, helpless fury, wrenched and tore at his ropes with the ferocity of a madman, but all to no purpose. 30 minutes later, Hilton returned, the sweat of exertion dewing his lean, brutal face. "Hard work digging," he said ominously. "She's well bedded down, a good 4 feet. And when she went down, my chances of inheritance went up. Understand? Say something. You idiot. Say something." He struck him savagely in the face with the flat of his hand, but Wayne remained silent. His mind was utterly numbed. In a daze, he watched the old man complete the details, watched him clean the table and floorboards with caustic, swab out the pails, and then set fire to the clothes in the grate. Turning at last from the glowing ashes, he indicated the blood-stained knife and saw laid carefully on one side. "Evidence," he breathed maliciously. "Evidence when the police come, evidence that you did it. You killed Mary Lillian Digby." Wayne remained mute. His head drooped between his shoulders with the heaviness of unconsciousness. Hilton went forward and examined him closely, convinced himself it was not a trick. Only then did he loosen the ropes, seize the young man by the shoulders, and drag him into the filthy, dark apartment that had once been a second drawing room. Working swiftly, he rebound his ankles and wrists. Spread eagled him on the barren floor. Skipping back into the kitchen, he brought hammer and massive curved staples, fastened the ropes around them, then drove them deep into the boards. "Guess that'll hold you," he muttered, reflecting. Then again, he went to the kitchen and presently returned with a large can of water, slightly punctured in the base to permit of the water dripping through drop by drop. With fiendish ingenuity, he fastened it to the old electric light fixture above, carefully arranged it so that the drops fell steadily on the forehead of the pinioned, unconscious man. Torture, absolute and vicious. Torture calculated to break a man's mind, not from pain, but from the agonizing anticipation of each icy drop through endless hours. The intense gratification at the thing he had done did not abate in Abner Hilton the next day. After a few hours of sleep, remarkably peaceful considering the inhuman brutality of his crime, he entered the second drawing-room to survey his prisoner, dimly visible in the light drifting through the chinks in the drawn Venetian blind. He found Wayne conscious again, still tightly bound on the floor, face drawn into tight, weary lines of suffering, water dripping down it from the almost empty can over his head. You inhuman fiend," he muttered the words thickly. "You devil, do you think you can get away with this?" "I know I can," Hilton replied affably, rubbing his hands. "I am sorry I can't make the room warmer. Unfortunately, there is no fireplace in here. Nor can I offer to release you." Wayne glared at him dully. His body was already numbed and stiff from his immovable position and the icy draught blowing under the door. Only his head seemed to have feeling, felt near the bursting point with the leaden dropping of the icy cold water, more searing than molten metal. His jagged nerves were keyed into intense agony of expectancy for every drop. "Sorry, too, that I can't offer you anything to eat just yet," Hilton went on sardonically. "I have little to spare, but I'll see you get enough to keep you alive until the police come. Water, though, you can have in plenty," he added grimly. With that, he went out and refilled the can, put it back in place, and left the tortured man to himself again. So, throughout the day, Wayne suffered exquisite tortures. He felt his mind slipping, little by little, under the terrible strain. Abner Hilton waited in fiendish expectancy for something to happen, but nothing did. He had expected inquiries for both Wayne and Mary, but neither came. Instead, a host of invisible presences seemed to watch him silently in dire and horrible reproach for the sin on his soul. Most of the fears he dismissed with a sneering grin on his feral lips, once he glanced through the rear kitchen window towards the spot where he had buried Mary's remains and beheld it untouched. Then he returned to commune with himself in the shadows. Late in the afternoon he moved into the second drawing-room, cut Wayne's limbs free from the stables, but nonetheless kept him securely bound. "I am going to be merciful to you," he said thickly, delivering a kick in his aching ribs. "I am giving you a respite. Tomorrow I'll resume the treatment. In the end, I'll break you. When the police come, I'll say it was you who attacked both Mary and me. Understand?" His bitter little eyes glared in the flickering light of the lamp in his gnarled hand, hurled mental suggestions into the torture-weary mind of the man sprawling on the floor. All ideas of escape was still born in Wayne's brain. He could hardly even think, so overcome was he by exhaustion. Hilton left him at last, and so, for 2 more days the ghastly business went on. Wayne was alternately tortured and released, given only enough meager food and water to keep him alive in order that he would be able to speak when the law finally caught up. And just as Hilton had hoped, he was hardly master of his own will any longer. Almost did believe by the endless hours of implacable hypnotism the old man indulged in that he had killed Mary. The horror of her death and the continued torture had become a crushing obsession, slowly warping his mind. Only at times was he aware of himself, realizing with leaden helplessness that nobody would be concerned about his disappearance. He had been on a vacation from his normal work in any case, and only Mary knew. Mary, merciful God! It was on these occasions of self-assertion, however, that he tried, with pained weariness, to work free of the ropes holding his wrists. The staples holding them were fairly rough. In time he might break through his bonds, but it would take days. On the third night, puzzled by the continued absence of action, Hilton went to bed early, lay awake, gazing at the darkened, chilly room. Then at last he turned on his side amidst the dirty sheets, and closed his eyes. The silence was still disturbing him. Even Wayne in the adjoining room was curiously quiet, working silently and laboriously in the dark on the ropes that held him, fraying away the tough thickness, little by little, with muscles that were cracked and aching. Then, as he lay silent, Hilton heard something. There crept into his senses a dull ticking sound, heavy with apparent distance. Tick, 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 with the measured beat of a metronome, gradually becoming louder, very slowly, creeping up by imperceptible degrees, until at last the faded walls of the entire room groaned with the pulsating mystery. Thud, 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 rhythmic, insistent, inhuman. At last Hilton sat bolt upright in the bed. One skinny hand clutched the dirty, tattered shirt that served as night attire. Staring wildly into the gloom, he listened with twitching face muscles to the still resolute beating, for all the world like a gigantic human heart. Heart. That thought knifed into his rotten brain. Instantly his memory was transferred to the heart he had cut out of the girl. He had cut it out to be sure life could never return. And now, clammy sweat drenched him as he listened. His breath rasped over his stumpy teeth. There was no way of telling exactly where that awful sound was coming from. It might be to one side, above or below, he could not determine. It seemed to fill all space. Throb, throb, throb. No, he shouted hoarsely, leaping out of the bed. No. Stop. And instantly the sound ceased. The whole house seemed to become mute, horribly silent after the torturing rhythm of the beating. With dragging footsteps and sweat-drenched face, Hilton moved to the adjoining room and twisted the door key with trembling fingers. All was quiet within. Wayne lay like a log in the dim gloom, stirred only slightly as a match flared in Hilton's quaking hand. The old man's hoarse voice came to him. "Courtney, you heard it?" he demanded thickly. "You heard that beating?" "I heard nothing," Wayne muttered dully and relaxed again. For a moment the old man stood gazing at him, then he went out. Wayne lay silent for a while after he had gone, wondering what he had been talking about. He certainly had heard nothing. Then, once more, he set to work on the laborious task of fraying through his ropes. In the meantime, Hilton returned to his room and waited a long time in the shadowed gloom. But the mysterious sound was not repeated. At last, recovering some of his courage, he climbed into bed, nerves tensed for a recurrence of the sound. Presently he heard it, very soft and low, that measured beat sweeping up from nowhere. Louder and louder became the ticking, mad, nerve-cracking tempo. Hilton shot out of bed once more, again screamed for it to stop, and, as before, it obeyed. Weakly he staggered to the front hall door and opened it, stared out toward the dimness of the drive. Slowly he crept outside and looked about him, down past the many rear outhouses with their sloping roofs. There was nothing unusual visible, only a quiet, dark immensity. He knew not how long he stood shivering in the night breeze. His next clear remembrance was of being back in his bedroom. He crawled back onto the bed at last and lay in frigid horror for the return of the beating. But the night passed quietly, and he awoke again to the grey glimmerings of an ashy dawn. 3. Why did you kill May? Shaken by the experience of the night. Abner. Hilton felt like a trapped animal. Though he did not believe in the supernatural, though he inwardly boasted that he had no conscience, he could not altogether rid himself of the remembrance of his crime. Time and time again, the vision of the slain girl rose up before him. In his mind he could again hear the slubbing of the knife as it carved her flesh, the grate of the saw against her bones. He scraped together a scanty meal and then went in to his prisoner with a few crusts and some water. Wayne looked at him dully, but behind his back his hands were slowly pulling away the remainders of his frayed rope. A night of rubbing on the floor staple nearest to him had cut them through. They gave way just as Hilton was bending towards him. Instantly his fingers closed round the old man's skinny throat, sent the meager meal hurtling through the air. Hilton was pulled down to the floor with Wayne's fingers crushing hard into his leathery neck. Wayne wished desperately he could get to his feet, but his bound ankles prevented it. His only hope lay in strangling the old man where he was, but in that he was doomed to failure. With a sudden, vicious twist, Hilton wriggled sideways, broad round his foot with all his strength, and kicked Wayne violently in the ribs. He gasped with the sudden pain, desisted in his effort to get to his feet, and in that moment Hilton acted. He had the advantage in every way. Wayne was bound and weak from his ordeal. Hilton was free and furiously energetic. "So you thought you'd escape, eh?" he breathed venomously. "You thought you'd fool me, huh? Well, you won't." With that, he dived away and snatched up the heavy, dirty plate on which he had brought the food. Even as Wayne tried to get up, the plate came down on his head with stunning force edgewise. He sank down mutely, blood streaming from a scalp cut. "It was you who plotted that heart-beating stunt." Hilton screamed, "You! I don't know how, but you did it. You'll not do it again, Courtney." "Damn you, no, I'll kill you first." Savagely, he rebound his victim's ropes. Spread-eagled him back in his old position. Then he refilled the can and stood looking at the unconscious figure in vicious glee. "You can stay that way until I want you. Without food and without water. At least to drink. No more leniency. No more leniency." And with that, he stamped fiercely from the room, slammed and locked the door. Only once did he return, and that was towards evening. Wayne was half conscious, muttering supplications for release. The old man's feral lips twisted in an unholy smile. His only response was to make sure the water can was refilled. Then he went into his bedroom to pass the night. But the instant he entered the gloomy shoddiness, for the oil in his lamp was exhausted, he felt a strange fear clawing at his heart. The memory of the night before returned to him. He sat on the bed edge, listening with one ear half cocked for some sound of the heart. But instead there came something else, something that sent the blood crawling in streams of ice through his withered body. "Abner Hilton, why did you kill me?" The merest whisper, an ice-cold question that seemed to creep from the unknown. It started Hilton's heart racing madly, set crawling, fingers of ghastly fear clutching at his vitals. "Abner Hilton, why did you kill me?" It was stronger this time, a woman's voice calling softly, mournfully, from an incredible distance. As in the beating of that enigmatic heart, it was impossible to guess the exact source of the sound. "Why did you kill me?" Words dreary with anguished reproach. He leaped savagely to his feet and stared madly round him in the dimness. Viciously he struck a match, but the flickering light revealed no change. It went out and scorched his fingers. "Imagination," he panted hoarsely. "Imagination or nerves?" "No, Abner Hilton. Neither imagination nor nerves, but the voice of the woman you killed," the voice answered somberly. "You slew me, carved my body into pieces and buried the remains. You tore out the heart. But in the heart there is not life, only in the mind. The mind lives on. In the end I will destroy you, as you destroyed me." With a pallid face he listened to the words, heart racing agonizedly against his skinny ribs. Her voice, the voice of Mary Lillian Digby, speaking from hell knew where. Suddenly he found relief in action. As before, he made straight for the second drawing room and stared in palsied fear at the bound figure of Wayne. He certainly was not responsible. Mad with fright, he left him and blundered outside into the half-clouded moonlight, glared about the sodden grounds of his home with the eyes of a maniac. Just as on the previous night, there was nothing to disturb the aching quiet. Breathless, shaking with fear, he returned inside at last, bolted the heavy front door with fingers that were oddly brittle. Cold, creeping waves of superstitious fear were clawing at his evil heart. As he tottered uncertainly down the hall, striking match after match to allay the crushing dark, he tried to convince himself that it was all imagination, that he hadn't heard anything, it was some trick of Courtney Wayne's, it had to be. He twisted round and fumbled along to the second drawing room again, passed inside and examined the spread-eagled man closely, was forced to admit, as before, that he was not responsible. He was a silent, stupefied man. Water trickling down his ashen face from the slowly dripping canvary, quietly Hilton withdrew again into the abysmal dark of the hall, nearly wept with rage and fear as he found his matches were exhausted. Weakly, knees like jelly, he clawed his way back into the main living room and stood for a while in the jetty gloom, eyes staring at the hazy grey oblong where the window lay. Turning, he searched for the rickety chair and dropped his leaden limbs into it. Spittle was drooling unheeded from his quivering lips, sweat drenched his skinny body. The complete ghastly fear of a supernatural unknown had him in its grip. For nearly an hour he sat there and heard nothing. A blank nothing that hemmed him in like a living, avenging presence. The only sound he once detected was a long, drawn-out groan which he knew came from Courtney Wayne as he returned to consciousness. A third look at the bound man convinced him. He was still there, in the very dim moonlight filtering through the blind. In some odd way he was glad of the man's presence. It did something to alleviate the terrible fear, numbing his being. An hour later, quivering, brain-numbing reaction set in. With heavy feet he scraped along to his bed and lay face down upon it, trying to muffle his ears to the dreaded sound he was afraid to hear. Softly, gently, came the resumed beating of that heart, and above it, the awful sepulchral voice. "Abner Hilton, it is dark and cold in the grave you dug for me. I cannot rest. I am returning to life, to the land of mortals, to ask you face to face why you killed me. I am not dead, Abner Hilton. I am alive. Listen to the beat of the heart you cut away. Listen to it, gathering power." Shaking like an aspen, Hilton listened, could not help himself. The voice ceased and the subdued rhythm of the heart became swifter, louder. Pat, 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 pat. "You hear, Abner Hilton?" the voice breathed. "I live. I have come back from the grave to ask why you killed me. Look in my grave. Dig down deep, and you will find I have gone. Dig, dig. For..." The remains woke Hilton could stand it no longer. With a desperate scream he leaped out of the bed, blundered through the dark to the kitchen, felt round frantically until he encountered the handle of his shovel. Panting hard, he wrenched back the outer door and charged madly into the garden outside, ploughing heavily through rank-soaking weeds and grass to the clear soil space where he had put Mary's butchered remains. With savage, desperate movements, born of ghastly fear, he drove the blade into the earth, shoveled the soil to one side. He worked with mechanical frenzy until the blood pounded insanely through his veins and drove his heart to erratic spurts of beating. On and on he shoveled, flinging the loose earth away with the ease of a maniac, until at last his spade ploughed through the sack in which he had placed the remains. Shaking with fright and exertion, he pulled it free, gazed with stupid eyes as it moved drearily in the night breeze. It was indeed empty. The remains had gone. "No," he muttered desperately. "No, no, it can't be. I am going mad. I know I am going mad. You couldn't rise from the grave. You were utterly destroyed, dismembered." "You," he stopped, the sack falling from his nerveless fingers. The moon, which had been shining diffusedly through ragged clouds, suddenly emerged from their midst with a pale and leprous glow, cast its pale silver over the unkempt grounds and the whole of the grave. But it was to none of these things that Hilton's mind was directed. His fixed, incredulous eyes were chained to a figure walking slowly towards him along the uneven ground. It appeared to be the naked figure of a woman, arms extended towards him, and as she came nearer, he could behold quite clearly against the whiteness of her skin the black marks at the joints of her legs and arms where he had cut them from the body. One other, round the base of the neck, held him mute. Making hardly any sound, she quietly advanced, coming nearer and nearer, and still he stood paralyzed with numbing shock. "Abner Hilton, you killed me," she said at last in the same dreary, grave-ridden voice he had heard in the house. "I have come back to ask you why you did it." Within 6 feet of him she stopped, a lovely but forlorn figure, hair moving slightly in the mild, wet wind. Clearly he could distinguish the graceful curves of her body, the rounded formations of her breasts, but upon one of them was a dark patch, a hole where he had torn out the heart to make sure she would never come back. Never come back? That realization burst in his diseased mind like a bolt of living fire. He found action at last in a desperate, piercing scream, turned swiftly and went blundering and gasping over the uneven ground, anything to escape the woman who had risen to question her fate. Even as he flew over the ground, driven by insane terror, he could hear feet racing after him. Not the sound of woman's feet, but the heavy clomping of a nightmare creature. Thud, 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 like the beating heart he had heard. He threw himself screaming through the front doorway into the hall. His fingers twisted the key of the second drawing-room door, and he went flying inwards to hurl himself beside the silent figure of Wayne. "Courtney, in God's name, save me," he screamed frantically. "Save me. She's come back. Mary's come back from the grave." His trembling fingers wrenched a penknife from his pocket, slashed through the ropes holding the tortured man. "Save me, Courtney. Say you will. It's Mary." That jerked something of consciousness into Wayne's leaden brain. He stared into the dark down at the dim, pawing, gulping figure on the floor beside him. Stiffly he tried to move to his feet. Then his eyes jerked round at the sound of feet in the hall. A light was bobbing along it. Cold terror surged through him too, as in the doorway he beheld the same naked woman's figure that Hilton had seen, a woman who stared tensely, wounds on her rejoined limbs clearly visible. Almost at the same moment, the owner of the storm lantern became visible, pushed the woman to one side, and charged forward, clutched the screaming Hilton round the neck. In the light of the storm lantern on the floor, Wayne dazedly watched what took place, saw a powerful shouldered man with a face of frozen hate clutch Hilton's skinny throat in sinewy fingers, crush into it with all the strength at his command. "Kill my daughter, eh?" His bitter voice knifed in the quiet. "Cut her up, would you, my Annie? By God, you filthy butcher! This is where you go to the hell you deserve." Hilton tried to speak, but the compressing fingers would not let him. His miserable body threshed madly on the floor. Slowly but surely, his struggles became weaker and at last ceased altogether. Only then did the man rise up and kick the corpse violently with his heavy shod foot, turned, then stared at Wayne amazedly. "You are alive!" he shouted hoarsely, and with his words the girl in the doorway seemed to arise from her horrific trance and advanced at a run. Wayne felt convinced in that moment that he was going insane at last, for the girl was Mary. There could be no mistaking her face. Mary, yes, naked with scars of her hideous death still upon her. Mary. His lips moved to utter her name. Then, even as her white arms reached towards him, he relapsed into darkness and brief rest. Wayne realized as he came back to consciousness that he could only have been senseless a few minutes. He was lying on his back, all his ropes removed, the face of Mary and her rugged-visaged companion bending over him. The only change was that she was now wrapped in an overcoat. "Courtney, dear Courtney," she breathed, gathering him into her arms. "Thank God you are alive. I thought you were dead. That was why I helped Mr. Craven here." Dazedly, weakly, Wayne raised himself on one elbow and stared toward the light of the lantern. "What? What's it all about?" he asked helplessly. "I saw you cut in pieces by that fiend, Mary. I saw it. A moment ago, You were naked. I saw the marks." The girl smiled faintly. "Only tights, Courtney, marked on the joints with black paint. Cold, yes. But the only way to drag this fiendish uncle of mine into the open. Come to think of it, I didn't see your face when Hilton butchered you." Wayne shuddered. "It was utterly unrecognizable, and it isn't really so complicated as it seems, sir," Craven muttered. "This filthy devil intended to kill Miss Digby here, but instead he killed my girl Annie. She was canvassing this district for radio set orders. We had got a little business together and were doing quite well, actually, Courtney," Mary intervened. "Although I said in my letter to you that I was coming to see Uncle, I changed my mind at the last moment. It seems that Mr. Craven's daughter arrived at almost the time for my appointment. Evidently, Uncle didn't give her the chance to speak, and not having seen me for years, he mistook poor Annie for me, both of us being fair and young." "That must have been it." Wayne nodded drearily. "As for myself, I was afraid for you, and came to see if I could help you when you visited your uncle. There wasn't time to come to your home first, so I came straight here. I saw somebody like you enter the house whilst I was still a distance away. After that I came in and saw—" He stopped, brokenly. Mary slowly nodded. "I got worried when I couldn't get any news of you. All I could find out was that you'd started on a holiday. Closer inquiry, though, revealed that you'd followed me here. I decided to come here after all, and it was evening when I arrived. That was the evening after I should have come, of course. The first person I ran into was Mr. Craven in the grounds. He had just dug up some remains out of a sack. I'd found that Annie had last been seen at this place," Craven muttered bitterly. "I found bloodstains on the grass and traced them to that newly dug hole. I identified the remains as those of Annie. There were certain birthmarks on her body which only I knew about. It was her all right. Well, I couldn't see any real motive for the brutality until Miss Digby happened upon me. Then I began to see what had happened, how my poor girl had got what was intended for somebody else. It seemed pretty evident that you had probably gone the same way since you had disappeared. Both of us wanted vengeance on the old fiend, and were prepared to go to any lengths to exact it." "And yet you didn't go to the police?" Wayne asked wonderingly. "Police?" derided Craven contemptuously. "What could they do? Just give this devil here the hot seat for murder. That wasn't enough for me. I wanted to torture him as he had tortured my poor girl. I wanted to drive him mad with my own efforts. Miss Digby felt pretty much the same way about your disappearance. Of course, we had no guarantee that you really were dead, but we suspected it as the only explanation. The best way to find out was to get Hilton out of the house and look for ourselves, and that demanded something pretty ingenious. We managed it, between us." He paused and smiled reminiscently. "Being a radio engineer came in handy," he went on grimly. "I got a microphone in small loudspeaker and lowered them by wire halfway down the main chimney breast. I knew that in common with all houses of this type, the main fireplace flues would end in one chimney, so the sound would travel to all rooms possessing a fireplace. It was fairly certain Hilton would occupy such a room. It was easy to get to the roof by the outhouses without much noise either. Once that was done, Miss Digby and I went to our apparatus just beyond the range of the back grounds. The microphone in the chimney picked up every sound that Hilton made. With headphones, we could visualize his movements. Every time he went to bed, the mattress springs squeaked. As to the voice of the woman, it was Miss Digby herself speaking into our own microphone, which of course emanated from the loudspeaker in the chimney. The heart effect was simply a ticking alarm clock made louder or quieter by a volume control on the microphone. Wayne nodded slowly. "I begin to see now why Hilton was so frantic. For myself, I heard nothing. This room has no fireplace. Besides, I was unconscious most of the time. When he shouted for the beats to stop, we naturally obeyed the order." Hearing him distinctly, Craven breathed. "That got him. He really thought the devil was after him. Just the same, we didn't tempt him out the first night. He needed time to think and work himself up into a real frenzy of fright. We did that tonight, of course. Miss Digby joined me again after sundown, complete with an outfit that looked like my girl risen from the grave. The rest you know. Of course it was I who took away my poor Annie's remains. And you, Wayne asked slowly. You've murdered Hilton. That is against the law, fiend or not. Craven shrugged his heavy shoulders and looked down at the corpse. I'm going to give myself up and trust to the mercy of the law. With your evidence too, and my dead girl's remains, where is the jury which would convict? We'll back you to the end, Wayne said quietly, getting to his feet with difficulty. The girl's arm went round him supportingly as she helped him from the drab house. As they passed into the cool night air, they looked away to the east. Ragged dawn was already creeping over the misty, saturated countryside. Somewhere amidst it, perhaps, abandoned and alone, was the fiendish soul of Abner Hilton End of Death, asks the question by John Russell Fearn. The Dead Are Silent, by Arthur Schnitzler. He could endure the quiet waiting in the carriage no longer. It was easier to get out and walk up and down. It was now dark. The few scattered lamps in the narrow side street quivered uneasily in the wind. The rain had stopped. The sidewalks were almost dry, but the rough paved roadway was still moist, and little pools gleamed here and there. Strange, isn't it? Thought Franz. Here we are, scarcely 100 paces from the Prater, and yet it might be a street in some little country town. Well, it's safe enough at any rate. She won't meet any of the friends she dreads so much here. He looked at his watch. Only just 7, and so dark already. It is an early autumn this year, and then this confounded storm. He turned his coat collar up about his neck and quickened his pacing. The glass in the street lamps rattled lightly. Half an hour more, he said to himself. Then I can go home. I could almost wish that half hour were over. He stood for a moment on the corner where he could command a view of both streets. She'll surely come today, his thoughts ran on, while he struggled with his hat, which threatened to blow away. It's Friday. Faculty meeting at the university. She needn't hurry home. He heard the clanging of streetcar gongs, and the hour chimed from a nearby church tower. The street became more animated. Hurrying figures passed him, clerks of neighboring shops. They hastened onward, fighting against the storm. No one noticed him. A couple of half-grown girls glanced up in idle curiosity as they went by. Suddenly he saw a familiar figure coming toward him. He hastened to meet her. Could it be she? On foot, she saw him and quickened her pace. You are walking, he asked. I dismissed the cab in front of the theatre. I think I've had that driver before. A man passed them, turning to look at the lady. Her companion glared at him, and the other passed on hurriedly. The lady looked after him. Who was it? She asked, anxiously. Don't know him. We'll see no one we know here, don't worry. But come now, let's get into the cab. Is that your carriage? Yes. An open one. It was warm and pleasant when I engaged it an hour ago. They walked to the carriage. The lady stepped in. Driver, called the man. Why, where is he? Asked the lady. Franz looked around. Well, did you ever? I don't see him anywhere. Oh, her tone was low and timid. Wait a moment, child. He must be around here somewhere. The young man opened the door of a little saloon and discovered his driver at a table with several others. The man rose hastily. In a minute, sir, he explained, swallowing his glass of wine. What do you mean by this? All right, sir. Be there in a minute. His step was a little unsteady as he hastened to his horses. Where do you go, sir? Prater, summer house. Franz entered the carriage. His companion sat back in a corner, crouching fearsomely under the shadow of the cover. He took both her hands in his. She sat silent. "Won't you say good evening to me?" "Give me a moment to rest, dear. I'm still out of breath." He leaned back in his corner. Neither spoke for some minutes. The carriage turned into the Prater Street, past the Take-It-Off monument, and a few minutes later was rolling swiftly through the broad, dark Prater Avenue. Emma turned suddenly and flung both arms around her lover's neck. He lifted the veil that still hung about her face and kissed her. "I have you again at last," she exclaimed. "Do you know how long it is since we have seen each other?" he asked. "Since Sunday." "Yes, and that wasn't good for much." "Why not?" "You were in our house." "Yes, in your house." "That's just it. This can't go on. I shall not enter your house again." "What's the matter?" A carriage passed us. "Dear girl, the people who are driving in the Prater at such an hour and in such weather aren't noticing much what other people are doing." "Yes, that's so, but someone might look in here by chance. We couldn't be recognized. It's too dark." "Yes, but can't we drive somewhere else?" "Just as you like." He called to the driver, who did not seem to hear. Franz leaned forward and touched the man. "Turn around again. What are you whipping your horses like that for?" "We're in no hurry, I tell you." "Drive. Let me see." "Yes, drive down the avenue that leads to the Reichsbridge." "The Reichsstrasse, yes, but don't hurry so. There is no need of it." "All right, sir, but it's the wind that makes the horses so crazy." Franz sat back again as the carriage turned in the other direction. "Why didn't I see you yesterday?" "How could I? You were invited to my sister's." "Oh, yes. Why weren't you there?" "Because I can't be with you like that with others around." "No, I just can't." She shivered. "Where are we now?" she asked after a moment. They were passing under the railroad bridge at the entrance to the Reichsstrasse. "On the way to the Danube," replied Franz. "We're driving toward the Reichsbridge. We'll certainly not meet any of our friends here," he added, with a touch of mockery. "The carriage jolts dreadfully. We're on cobblestones again." "But he'd drive so crooked." "Oh, you only think so." He had begun to notice himself, but the vehicle was swaying to and fro more than was necessary, even on the rough pavement. But he said nothing, not wishing to alarm her. "There is a great deal I want to say to you today, Emma. You had better begin then. I must be home at 9 o'clock. A few words may decide everything." "Oh, goodness, what was that?" she screamed. The wheels had caught in a car track, and the carriage turned partly over as the driver attempted to free it. Franz caught at the man's coat. "Stop that!" he cried. "Why, you are drunk, man!" The driver halted his horses with some difficulty. "Oh, no, sir. Let's get out here, Emma, and walk." "Where are we?" "Here is the bridge already, and the wind is not nearly as strong as it was. It will be nicer to walk a little. It's so hard to talk in the carriage." Emma drew down her veil and followed him. "Don't you call this windy?" she exclaimed as she struggled against the gust that met her at the corner. He took her arm and called to the driver to follow them. They walked on slowly. Neither spoke as they mounted the ascent of the bridge, and they halted where they could hear the flow of the water below them. Heavy darkness surrounded them. The broad stream stretched itself out in grey, indefinite outlines. Red lights in the distance, floating above the water, awoke answering gleams from its surface. Trembling stripes of light reached down from the shore they had just left. On the other side of the bridge, the river lost itself in the blackness of open fields. Thunder rumbled in the distance. They looked over to where the red lights soared. A train with lighted windows rolled between iron arches that seemed to spring up out of the night for an instant, to sink back into darkness again. The thunder grew fainter and more distant. Silence fell again. Only the wind moved in sudden gusts. Franz spoke at last, after a long silence. "We must go away." "Of course," Emma answered softly. "We must go away," he continued with more animation. "Go away altogether, I mean. Oh, we can't. Only because we are cowards, Emma. And my child, he will let you have the boy, I know. But how shall we go?" Her voice was very low. "You mean to run away?" "Not at all. You have only to be honest with him, to tell him that you cannot live with him any longer, that you belong to me." "Franz, are you mad? I will spare you that trial if you wish. I will tell him myself." "No, Franz, you will do nothing of the kind." He endeavored to read her face. But the darkness showed him only that her head was turned toward him. He was silent a few moments more. Then he spoke quietly. "You need not fear. I shall not do it." They walked toward the farther shore. "Don't you hear a noise?" she asked. "What is it?" "Something is coming from the other side," he said. A slow rumbling came out of the darkness. A little red light gleamed out at them. They could see that it hung from the axle of a clumsy country cart, but they could not see whether the cart was laden or not, and whether there were human beings on it. 2 other carts followed the first. They could just see the outlines of a man in peasant garb on the last cart, and could see that he was lighting his pipe. The carts passed them slowly. Soon there was nothing to be heard but the low rolling of the wheels as their own carriage followed them. The bridge dropped gently to the farther shore. They saw the street disappear into blackness between rows of trees. Open fields lay before them to the right and to the left. They gazed out into gloom, indistinguishable. There was another long silence before Franz spoke again. "Then it is the last time." "What?" Emma's tone was anxious. "The last time we are to be together. Stay with him, if you will. I bid you farewell." "Are you serious?" "Absolutely." "There, now, you see, it is you who always spoil the few hours we have together. Not I." "Yes, you are right," said Franz. "Let's drive back to town." She held his arm closer. "No," she insisted tenderly. "I don't want to go back. I won't be sent away from you." She drew his head down to hers and kissed him tenderly. "Where would we get to if we drove on down there?" she asked. "That's the road to Prague, dear." "We won't go quite that far," she smiled, "but I'd like to drive on a little down there." She pointed into the darkness. Franz called to the driver. There was no answer. The carriage rumbled on, slowly. Franz ran after it and saw that the driver was fast asleep. Franz roused him roughly. "We want to drive on down that street. Do you hear me?" "All right, sir." Emma entered the carriage first, then Franz. The driver whipped his horses and they galloped madly over the moist earth of the roadbed. The couple inside the cab held each other closely as they swayed with the motion of the vehicle. "Isn't this quite nice?" whispered Emma, her lips on his. In the moment of her words, she seemed to feel the cab mounting into the air. She felt herself thrown over violently, readied for some hold, but grasped only the empty air. She seemed to be spinning madly like a top, her eyes closed. Suddenly she found herself lying on the ground, a great silence about her, as if she were alone, far away from all the world. Then noises began to come into her consciousness again. Hooves beat the ground near her. A low moaning came from somewhere, but she could see nothing. Terror seized her. She screamed aloud. Her terror grew stronger, but she could not hear her own voice. Suddenly she knew what had happened. The carriage had hit some object, possibly a milestone, had upset, and she had been thrown out. "Where is Franz?" was her next thought. She called his name, and now she could hear her voice. Not distinctly yet, but she could hear it. There was no answer to her call. She tried to get up. After some effort she rose to a sitting posture, and, reaching out, she felt something, a human body, on the ground beside her. She could now begin to see a little through the dimness, Franz lay beside her, motionless. She put out her hand and touched his face. Something warm and wet covered it. Her heart seemed to stop beating. Blood. Oh, what had happened? Franz was wounded and unconscious. Where was the coachman? She called him, but no answer came. She still sat there on the ground. She did not seem to be injured, although she ached all over. What shall I do? She thought. What shall I do? How can it be that I am not injured, Franz? She called again. A voice answered from somewhere near her. Where are you, lady? And where is the gentleman? Wait a minute, miss. I'll light the lamps so we can see. I don't know what's got into the beasts today. It ain't my fault, miss. Sure, they ran into a pile of stones. Emma managed to stand up. Although she was bruised all over, the fact that the coachman seemed quite uninjured reassured her somewhat. She heard the man opening the lamp and striking a match. She waited anxiously for the light. She did not dare to touch Franz again. It's all so much worse when you can't see plainly, she thought. His eyes may be open now. There won't be anything wrong. A tiny ray of light came from one side. She saw the carriage, not completely upset, as she had thought, but leaning over toward the ground, as if one wheel were broken. The horses stood quietly. She saw the milestone, then a heap of loose stones, and beyond them, a ditch. Then the light touched Franz's feet, crept up over his body to his face and rested there. The coachman had set the lamp on the ground beside the head of the unconscious man. Emma dropped to her knees, and her heart seemed to stop beating as she looked into the face before her. It was ghastly white. The eyes were half open, only the white showing. A thin stream of blood trickled down from one temple and ran into his collar. The teeth were fastened into the underlip. Oh, no, it isn't possible, Emma spoke as if to herself. The driver knelt also and examined the face of the man. Then he took the head in both his hands and raised it. What are you doing? Screamed Emma, hoarsely, shrinking back at the sight of the head that seemed to be rising of its own volition. Please, miss, I'm afraid I am thinking. There is a great misfortune happened. No, it's not true, said Emma. It can't be true. You are not hurt, nor am I. The man let the head he held fall back again into the lap of the trembling Emma. If only someone would come, if the peasants had only passed 15 minutes later. What shall we do? Asked Emma, her lips trembling. Why, you see, miss, if the carriage was all right, but it's no good as it is. We've got to wait till someone comes. He talked on, but Emma did not hear him. Her brain seemed to awake suddenly, and she knew what was to be done. How far is it to the nearest house? She asked. Not much further, miss. There is Franz Joseph's land right there. We'd see the houses if it was lighter. It won't take 5 minutes to get theirs. Go there, then. I'll stay here. Go and fetch someone. I think I'd better stay here with you, miss. Somebody must come. It's the main road. It'll be too late. We need a doctor at once. The coachman looked down at the quiet face. Then he looked at Emma and shook his head. You can't tell, she cried. Yes, miss, but there'll be no doctor in those houses. But there'll be somebody to send to the city. Oh, yes, miss, they'll be having a telephone there anyway. We'll telephone to the rescue society. Yes, that's it. Go at once, run, and bring some men back with you. Why do you wait? Go at once, hurry. The man looked down again at the white face in her lap. There'll be no use here for doctor or rescue society. Miss, oh, go, for God's sake, go. I am going, miss, but don't get afraid in the darkness here. He hurried down the street. 'Twasn't my fault, he murmured as he ran. Such an idea, to drive down this road this time of night. Emma was left alone with the unconscious man in the gloomy street. What shall I do now? She thought. It can't be possible. It can't. The thought circled dizzily in her brain. It can't be possible. Suddenly, she seemed to hear a low breathing. She bent to the pale lips. No, not the faintest breath came from them. The blood had dried on temple and cheek. She gazed at the eyes, the half-closed eyes, and shuddered. Why couldn't she believe it? It must be true. This was death. A shiver ran through her. She felt but one thing. This is a corpse. I am here alone with a corpse that rests on my lap. With trembling hands, she pushed the head away until it rested on the ground. Then a feeling of horrible aloneness came over her. Why had she sent the coachman away? What should she do here, all alone with this dead man in the darkness? If only someone would come. But what was she to do then, if anybody did come? How long would she have to wait here? She looked down at the corpse again. But I am not alone with him, she thought. The light is there. And the light seemed to her to become alive, something sweet and friendly, to which she owed gratitude. There was more life in this little flame than in all the wide night about her. It seemed almost as if this light was a protection for her, a protection against the terrible pale man who lay on the ground beside her. She stared into the light until her eyes wavered and the flame began to dance. Suddenly she felt herself awake, wide awake. She sprang to her feet. Oh, this would not do. It would not do at all. No one must find her here with him. She seemed to be outside of herself, looking at herself, standing there on the road, the corpse and the light below her. She saw herself grow into strange, enormous proportions, high up into the darkness. What am I waiting for? She asked herself, and her brain reeled. What am I waiting for? The people who might come. They don't need me. They will come, and they will ask questions. And I, why am I here? They will ask who I am. What shall I answer? I will not answer them. I will not say a word. They cannot compel me to talk. The sound of voices came from the distance. Already? She thought, listening in terror. The voices came from the bridge. It could not be the men the driver was bringing with him. But whoever it was would see the light, and they must not see it, for then she would be discovered. She overturned the lantern with her foot, and the light went out. She stood in utter darkness. She could see nothing, not even him. The pile of stones shone dimly. The voices came nearer. She trembled from head to foot. They must not find her here. That was the only thing of real importance in all the wide world, that no one should find her here. She would be lost if they knew that this corpse was her lover. She clasps her hands convulsively, praying that the people, whoever they were, might pass by on the farther side of the road and not see her. She listens breathless. Yes, they are there. On the other side. Women. 2 women, or perhaps 3. What are they talking about? They have seen the carriage. They speak of it. She can distinguish words. A carriage upset. What else do they say? She cannot understand. They walk on. They have passed her. Ah, thanks. Thanks to heaven. And now? What now? Oh, why isn't she dead as he is? He is to be envied. There is no more danger, no more fear for him. But so much for her to tremble for. She shivers at the thought of being found here, of being asked, "Who are you?" She will have to go to the police station, and all the world will know about it. Her husband, her child. She cannot understand why she has stood there motionless so long. She need not stay here. She can do no good here, and she is only courting disaster for herself. She makes a step forward. Careful, the ditch is here. She crosses it. How wet it is. 2 paces more and she is in the middle of the street. She halts a moment, looks straight ahead, and can finally distinguish the grey line of the road leading onward into darkness. There, over there, lies the city. She cannot see it, but she knows the way. She turns once more. It does not seem so dark now. She can see the carriage and the horses quite distinctly, and, looking hard, she seems to see the outline of a human body on the ground. Her eyes open wide. Something seems to clutch at her and hold her here. It is he. She feels his power to keep her with him. With an effort, she frees herself. Then she perceives that it was the soft mud of the road that held her. And she walks onward, faster, faster. Her pace quickens to a run, only to be away from here, to be back in the light, in the noise, among men. She runs along the street, raising her skirt high, that her steps may not be hindered. The wind is behind her and seems to push her along. She does not know what it is she flees from. Is it the pale man back there by the ditch? No. Now she knows. She flees the living, not the dead. The living, who will soon be there, and who will look for her. What will they think? Will they follow her? But they cannot catch up with her now. She is so far away. She is nearing the bridge. There is danger. No one can know who she was. No one can possibly imagine who the woman was who drove down through the country road with the dead man. The driver does not know her. He would not recognize her if he should ever see her again. They will not take the trouble to find out who she is. Who cares? It was wise of her not to stay, and it was not cowardly either. Franz himself would say it was wise. She must go home. She has a husband, a child. She would be lost if anyone should see her there with her dead lover. There is the bridge. The street seems lighter. She hears the water beneath her. She stands there, where they stood together, arm in arm. When was it? How many hours ago? It cannot be long since then. And yet, perhaps she lay unconscious long. And it is midnight now, or near morning, and they have missed her at home. Oh, no, it is not possible. She knows that she was not unconscious. She remembers everything clearly. She runs across the bridge, shivering at the sound of her own steps. Now she sees a figure coming toward her. She slows her pace. It is a man in uniform. She walks more slowly. She does not want to attract attention. She feels the man's eyes resting on her. Suppose he stops her. Now he is quite near. It is a policeman. She walks calmly past him and hears him stop behind her. With an effort, she continues in the same slow pace. She hears the jingle of streetcar bells. Ah, it cannot be midnight yet. She walks more quickly, hurrying toward the city, the lights of which begin there by the railroad viaduct. The growing noise tells her how near she is. One lonely stretch of street, and then she is safe. Now she hears a shrill whistle coming rapidly nearer. A wagon flies swiftly past her. She stops and looks after it. It is the ambulance of the Rescue Society. She knows where it is going. How quickly they have come, she thinks. It is like magic. For a moment she feels that she must call to them, must go back with them. Shame. Terrible, overwhelming shame. Such loss she has never known before, shakes her from head to foot. She knows how vile, how cowardly she is. Then, as the whistle and the rumble of wheels fade away in the distance, a mad joy takes hold of her. She is saved, saved. She hurries on. She meets more people, but she does not fear them. The worst is over. The noise of the city grows louder, the street is lighter, the skyline of the Prater Street rises before her, and she knows that she can sink into a flood tide of humanity there and lose herself in it. When she comes to a street lamp, she is quite calm enough now to take out her watch and look at it. It is 10 minutes to 9. She holds the watch to her ear. It is ticking merrily, and she thinks, "Here I am, alive, unharmed, and he dead. It is fate." She feels as if all had been forgiven, as if she had never sinned. And what if fate had willed otherwise? If it were she lying there in the ditch, and he who remained alive? He would not have run away, but then he is a man. She is only a woman. She has a husband, a child. It was her right, her duty, to save herself. She knows that it was not a sense of duty that impelled her to do it. But what she has done was right. She had done right instinctively, as all good people do. If she had stayed, she would have been discovered by this time. The doctors would question her, and all the papers would report it next morning. She would have been ruined forever, and yet her ruin could not bring him back to life. Yes, that was the main point. Her sacrifice would have been all in vain. She crosses under the railway bridge and hurries on. There is the Tegethoff column, where so many streets meet. There are but few people in the park on this stormy evening, but to her it seems as if the life of the city was roaring about her. It was so horribly still back there. She had plenty of time now. She knows that her husband will not be home before 10 o'clock. She will have time to change her clothes, and then it occurs to her to look at her gown. She is horrified to see how soiled it is. What shall she say to the maid about it? And next morning the papers will all bring the story of the accident, and they will tell of a woman who had been in the carriage and who had run away. She trembled afresh. One single carelessness, and she is lost, even now. But she has her latchkey with her. She can let herself in. No one will hear her come. She jumps into a cab and is about to give her address. Then suddenly she remembers that this would not be wise. She gives any number that occurs to her. As she drives through the Prater Street, she wishes that she might feel something. Grief, horror. But she cannot. She has but one thought, one desire, to be at home, in safety. All else is indifferent to her when she had decided to leave him alone dead by the roadside. In that moment everything seemed to have died within her, everything that would mourn and grieve for him. She has no feeling but that of fear for herself. She is not heartless. She knows that the day will come when her sorrow will be despair. It may kill her, even. But she knows nothing now, except the desire to sit quietly at home, at the supper table with her husband and child. She looks out through the cab window. She is driving through the streets of the inner city. It is brilliantly light here, and many people hurry past. Suddenly, all that she has experienced in the last few hours seems not to be true. It is like an evil dream, not something real, irreparable. She stops her cab in one of the side streets of the ring, gets out, turns a corner quickly, and takes another carriage, giving her own address this time. She does not seem able to think of anything anymore. Where is he now? She closes her eyes and sees him on the litter, in the ambulance. Suddenly, she feels that he is here beside her. The cab sways. She feels the terror of being thrown out again, and she screams aloud. The cab halts before the door of her home. She dismounts hastily, hurries with light steps through the house door, unseen by the concierge, runs up the stairs, opens her apartment door very gently, and slips unseen into her own room. She undresses hastily, hiding the mud-stained clothes in her cupboard. Tomorrow, when they are dry, she can clean them herself. She washes hands and face, and slips into a loose house gown. The bell rings. She hears the maid open the door. She hears her husband's voice and the rattle of his cane on the hat stand. She feels she must be brave now, or it will all have been in vain. She hurries to the dining room, entering one door as her husband comes in at the other. "Ah, you are home already?" he asks. "Why, yes," she replies. "I've been home some time. They evidently didn't hear you come in." She smiles without effort. But it fatigues her horribly to have to smile. He kisses her forehead. The little boy is already at his place by the table. He has been waiting some time and has fallen asleep, his head resting on an open book. She sits down beside him. Her husband takes his chair opposite, takes up a paper, and glances carelessly at it. Then he says, "The others are still talking away there. What about?" she asks, and he begins to tell her about the meeting at length. Emma pretends to listen, and nods now and then. but she does not hear what he is saying. She feels dazed, like one who has escaped terrible danger as by a miracle. She can feel only this: I am safe. I am at home. And while her husband is talking, she pulls her chair nearer the boy's and lifts his head to her shoulder. Fatigue, inexpressible, comes over her. She can no longer control herself. She feels that her eyes are closing, that she is dropping asleep. Suddenly, another possibility presents itself to her mind, a possibility that she had dismissed the moment she turned to leave the ditch where she had fallen. Suppose he were not dead. Suppose. Oh, but it is impossible. His eyes, his lips, not a breath came from them. But there are trances that are like death, which deceive even practiced eyes, and she knows nothing about such things. Suppose he is still alive. Suppose he has regained consciousness and found himself alone by the roadside. Suppose he calls her by her name. He might think she had been injured. He might tell the doctors that there was a woman with him, and that she must have been thrown to some distance. They will look for her. The coachman will come back with the men he has brought, and will tell them that she was there unhurt, and Franz will know the truth. Franz knows her so well. He will know that she has run away, and a great anger will come over him. He will tell them her name in revenge. For he is mortally injured, and it will hurt him cruelly that she has left him alone in his last hour. He will say, "That is Mrs. Emma. I am her lover. She is cowardly and stupid too, gentlemen, for she might have known you would not ask her name. You would be discreet. You would have let her go away unmolested. Oh, she might at least have waited until you came. But she is vile, utterly vile. Ah! What is the matter?" asks the professor very gravely, rising from his chair. What? Yes, what is the matter with you? Nothing. She presses the boy closer to her breast. The professor looks at her for a few minutes. Steadily. Didn't you know that you had fallen asleep and then you screamed out in your sleep? Did I? You screamed as if you were having a nightmare. Were you dreaming? I don't know. And she sees her face in a mirror opposite, a face tortured into a ghastly smile. She knows it is her own face, and it terrifies her. She sees that it is frozen, that this hideous smile is frozen on it, and will always be there, all her life. She tries to cry out. Two hands are laid on her shoulders, and between her own face and the mirrored one, her husband's face pushes its way in. His eyes pierce into hers. She knows that unless she is strong for this last trial, all is lost. And she feels that she is strong. She has regained control of her limbs, but the moment of strength is short. She raises her hands to his, which rest on her shoulders. She draws him down to her and smiles naturally and tenderly into his eyes. She feels his lips on her forehead, and she thinks, "It is all a dream. He will never tell. He will never take revenge like that. He is dead, really dead, and the dead are silent." Why did you say that? She hears her husband's voice suddenly. She starts. What did I say? And it seems to her as if she had told everything here at the table aloud before everyone, and again she asks, shuddering before his horrified eyes, "What did I say?" "The dead are silent," her husband repeats very slowly. "Yes," she answers, and she reads in his eyes that she can no longer hide anything from him. They look long and silently at each other. "Put the boy to bed," he says at last. "You have something to tell me, have you not?" Yes. She knows now that within a few moments she will tell this man everything. This man whom she has deceived for many years. And while she goes slowly through the door holding her boy, she feels her husband's eyes still resting on her, and a great peace comes over her. the assurance that now many things would be right again. End of the Dead Are Silent by Arthur Schnitzler.
The Parenticide Club by Ambrose Bierce. My favorite murder, having murdered my mother under circumstances of singular atrocity, I was arrested and put upon my trial, which lasted 7 years. In charging the jury, the judge of the Court of Acquittal remarked that it was one of the most ghastly crimes that he had ever been called upon to explain away. At this my attorney rose and said, "May it please your honor, crimes are ghastly or agreeable only by comparison. If you are familiar with the details of my client's previous murder of his uncle, you would discern in his later offense, if offense it may be called, something in the nature of tender forbearance and filial consideration for the feelings of the victim. The appalling ferocity of the former assassination was indeed inconsistent with any hypothesis but that of guilt, and had it not been for the fact that the honorable judge before whom he was tried was the president of a life insurance company that took risks on hanging, and in which my client held a policy, it is hard to see how he could decently have been acquitted. If your honor would like to hear about it for instruction and guidance of your honor's mind, this unfortunate man, my client, will consent to give himself the pain of relating it under oath." The district attorney said, "Your honor, I object. Such a statement would be in the nature of evidence, and the testimony in this case is closed." The prisoner's statement should have been introduced 3 years ago in the spring of 1881. "In a statutory sense," said the judge, "you are right, and in the court of objections and technicalities you would get a ruling in your favor, but not in a court of acquittal. The objection is overruled." "I accept," said the district attorney. "You cannot do that," the judge said. "I must remind you that, in order to take an exception, you must first get this case transferred for a time to the Court of Exceptions on a formal motion duly supported by affidavits. A motion to that effect by your predecessor in office was denied by me during the first year of this trial. Mr. Clerk, swear the prisoner." The customary oath having been administered, I made the following statement, which impressed the judge with so strong a sense of the comparative triviality of the offense for which I was on trial that he made no further search for mitigating circumstances, but simply instructed the jury to acquit, and I left the court without a stain upon my reputation. I was born in 1856 in Kalamaki, Michigan, of honest and reputable parents, one of whom Heaven has mercifully spared to comfort me in my later years. In 1867, the family came to California and settled near Nigger Head, where my father opened a road agency and prospered beyond the dreams of avarice. He was a reticent, saturnine man then, though his increasing years have now somewhat relaxed the austerity of his disposition, and I believe that nothing but his memory of the sad event for which I am now on trial prevents him from manifesting a genuine hilarity. 4 years after we had set up the road agency, an itinerant preacher came along, and having no other way to pay for the night's lodging that we gave him, favored us with an exhortation of such power that, praise God, we were all converted to religion. My father at once sent for his brother, the Honorable William Ridley of Stockton, and on his arrival turned over the agency to him, charging him nothing for the franchise nor plant, the latter consisting of a Winchester rifle, a sawed-off shotgun, and an assortment of masks made out of flour sacks. The family then moved to Ghost Rock and opened a dance house. It was called the Saints' Rest Hurdy-Gurdy, and the proceedings each night began with prayer. It was there that my now sainted mother, by her grace in a dance, acquired the sobriquet of the Bucking Walrus. In the fall of '75, I had occasion to visit Coyote on the road to Mahala and took the stage at Ghost Rock. There were 4 other passengers about 3 miles beyond Nigger Head. Persons whom I identified as my Uncle William and his 2 sons held up the stage. Finding nothing in the express box, they went through the passengers. I acted a most honorable part in the affair, placing myself in line with the others, holding up my hands and permitting myself to be deprived of $40 and a gold watch. From my behavior, no one could have suspected that I knew the gentleman who gave the entertainment. A few days later, when I went to Niggerhead and asked for the return of my money and watch, my uncle and cousins swore they knew nothing of the matter, and they affected a belief that my father and I had done the job ourselves in dishonest violation of commercial good faith. Uncle William even threatened to retaliate by starting an opposition dance house at Ghost Rock. As the Saints' Rest had become rather unpopular, I saw that this would assuredly ruin it and prove a paying enterprise. So I told my uncle that I was willing to overlook the past if he would take me into the scheme and keep the partnership a secret from my father. This fair offer he rejected, and I then perceived that it would be better and more satisfactory if he were dead. My plans to that end were soon perfected, and communicating them to my dear parents, I had the gratification of receiving their approval. My father said he was proud of me, and my mother promised that, although her religion forbade her to assist in taking human life, I should have the advantage of her prayers for my success. As a preliminary measure, looking to my security in case of detection, I made an application for membership in that powerful order, the Knights of Murder, and in due course was received as a member of the Ghost Rock Commandery. On the day that my probation ended, I was for the first time permitted to inspect the records of the order and learn who belonged to it, all the rites of initiation having been conducted in masks. Fancy my delight when, in looking over the roll of membership, I found the third name to be that of my uncle, who, indeed, was junior vice-chancellor of the order. Here was an opportunity exceeding my wildest dreams. To murder I could add insubordination and treachery. It was what my good mother would have called a special providence. At about this time, something occurred which caused my cup of joy, already full, to overflow on all sides, a circular cataract of bliss. 3 men, strangers in that locality, were arrested for the stage robbery in which I had lost my money and watch. They were brought to trial, and despite my efforts to clear them and fasten the guilt upon 3 of the most respectable and worthy citizens of Ghost Rock, convicted on the clearest proof, the murder would now be as wanton and reasonless as I could wish. One morning I shouldered my Winchester rifle and, going over to my uncle's house near Niggerhead, asked my Aunt Mary, his wife, if he were at home, adding that I had come to kill him. My aunt replied, with her peculiar smile, that so many gentlemen called on that errand and were afterward carried away without having performed it, that I must excuse her for doubting my good faith in the matter. She said I did not look as if I would kill anybody, so as a proof of good faith, I leveled my rifle and wounded a Chinaman who happened to be passing the house. She said she knew whole families that could do a thing of that kind, but Bill Ridley was a horse of another color. She said, however, that I would find him over on the other side of the creek in the sheep lot, and she added that she hoped the best man would win. My Aunt Mary was one of the most fair-minded women that I have ever met. I found my uncle down on his knees engaged in skinning a sheep. Seeing that he had neither gun nor pistol handy, I had not the heart to shoot him. So I approached him, greeted him pleasantly, and struck him a powerful blow on the head with the butt of my rifle. I have a very good delivery, and Uncle William lay down on his side, then rolled over on his back, spread out his fingers, and shivered. Before he could recover the use of his limbs, I seized the knife that he had been using and cut his hamstrings. You know doubtless that when you sever the tendo Achilles, the patient has no further use of his leg. It is just the same as if he had no leg. Well, I parted them both, and when he revived, he was at my service. As soon as he comprehended the situation, he said, "Samuel, you have got the drop on me and can afford to be generous. I have only one thing to ask of you, and that is that you carry me to the house and finish me in the bosom of my family." I told him I thought that a pretty reasonable request, and I would do so if he would let me put him into a wheat sack. He would be easier to carry that way, and if we were seen by the neighbors en route, it would cause less remark. He agreed to that, and going to the barn, I got a sack. This, however, did not fit him, It was too short and much wider than he, so I bent his legs, forced his knees up against his breast, and got him into it that way, tying the sack above his head. He was a heavy man, and I had all that I could do to get him on my back. But I staggered along for some distance until I came to a swing that some of the children had suspended to the branch of an oak. Here I laid him down and sat upon him to rest, and the sight of the rope gave me a happy inspiration. In 20 minutes, my uncle, still in the sack, swung free to the sport of the wind. I had taken down the rope, tied one end tightly about the mouth of the bag, thrown the other across the limb, and hauled him up about 5 feet from the ground. Fastening the other end of the rope also about the mouth of the sack, I had the satisfaction to see my uncle converted into a large, fine pendulum. I must add that he was not himself entirely aware of the nature of the change that he had undergone in his relation to the exterior world, though in justice to a good man's memory I ought to say that I do not think he would, in any case, have wasted much of my time in vain remonstrance. Uncle William had a ram that was famous in all that region as a fighter. It was in a state of chronic constitutional indignation. Some deep disappointment in early life had soured its disposition, and it had declared war upon the whole world. To say that it would butt anything accessible is but faintly to express the nature and scope of its military activity. The universe was its antagonist, its methods that of a projectile. It fought like the angels and devils in mid-air, cleaving the atmosphere like a bird describing a parabolic curve and descending upon its victim, at just the exact angle of incidence to make the most of its velocity and weight. Its momentum, calculated in foot-tons, was something incredible. It had been seen to destroy a 4-year-old bull by a single impact upon that animal's gnarly forehead. No stone wall had ever been known to resist its downward swoop. There were no trees tough enough to stay it. It would splinter them into matchwood and defile their leafy honors in the dust. This irascible and implacable brute, this incarnate thunderbolt, this monster of the upper deep, I had seen reposing in the shade of an adjacent tree, dreaming dreams of conquest and glory. It was with a view to summoning it forth to the field of honor that I suspended its master in the manner described. Having completed my preparations, I imparted to the avuncular pendulum a gentle oscillation, and retiring to cover behind a contiguous rock, lifted up my voice in a long, rasping cry whose diminishing final note was drowned in a noise like that of a swearing cat, which emanated from the sack. Instantly that formidable sheep was upon its feet and had taken in the military situation at a glance. In a few moments it had approached, stamping, to within 50 yards of the swinging foeman, who, now retreating and anon advancing, seemed to invite the fray. Suddenly I saw the beast's head drop earthward, as if depressed by the weight of its enormous horns. Then a dim, white, wavy streak of sheep prolonged itself from that spot in a generally horizontal direction, to within about 4 yards of a point immediately beneath the enemy. There it struck sharply upward, and before it had faded from my gaze at the place whence it had set out, I heard a horrid thump and a piercing scream, and my poor uncle shot forward with a slack rope higher than the limb to which he was attached. Here the rope tautened with a jerk, arresting his flight, and back he swung in a breathless curve to the other end of his arc. The ram had fallen, a heap of indistinguishable legs, wool and horns, but pulling itself together and dodging, as its antagonist swept downward, it retired at random, alternately shaking its head and stamping its forefeet. When it had backed about the same distance as that from which it had delivered the assault, it paused again, bowed its head as if in prayer for victory, and again shot forward, dimly visible as before, a prolonging white streak with monstrous undulations, ending with a sharp ascension. Its course this time was at a right angle to its former one, and its impatience so great that it struck the enemy before he had nearly reached the lowest point of his arc. In consequence, he went flying round and round, in a horizontal circle, whose radius was about equal to half the length of the rope, which, I forgot to say, was nearly 20 feet long. His shrieks, crescendo, in approach and diminuendo in recession, made the rapidity of his revolution more obvious to the ear than to the eye. He had evidently not yet been struck in a vital spot. His posture in the sack and the distance from the ground at which he hung compelled the ram to operate upon his lower extremities and the end of his back, like a plant that has struck its root into some poisonous mineral. My poor uncle was dying slowly upward. After delivering its second blow, the ram had not again retired. The fever of battle burned hot in its heart. Its brain was intoxicated with the wine of strife. Like a pugilist who, in his rage, forgets his skill and fights ineffectively at half-arm's length, the angry beast endeavored to reach its fleeting foe by awkward vertical leaps as he passed overhead. Sometimes, indeed, succeeding in striking him feebly, but more frequently overthrown by its own misguided eagerness. But as the impetus was exhausted and the man's circles narrowed in scope and diminished in speed, bringing him nearer to the ground, these tactics produced better results, eliciting a superior quality of screams which I greatly enjoyed. Suddenly, as if the bugles had sung truce, the ram suspended hostilities and walked away, thoughtfully wrinkling and smoothing its great aquiline nose, and occasionally cropping a bunch of grass and slowly munching it. It seemed to have tired of war's alarms and resolved to beat the sword into a plowshare and cultivate the arts of peace. Steadily it held its course away from the field of fame until it had gained a distance of nearly a quarter of a mile. There it stopped and stood with its rear to the foe, chewing its cud and apparently half asleep. I observed, however, an occasional slight turn of its head, as if its apathy were more affected than real. Meantime, Uncle William's shrieks had abated with his motion, and nothing was heard from him but long, low moans, and at long intervals my name uttered in pleading tones, exceedingly grateful to my ear. Evidently the man had not the faintest notion of what was being done to him, and was inexpressibly terrified. When death comes cloaked in mystery, he is terrible indeed. Little by little my uncle's oscillations diminished, and finally he hung motionless. I went to him and was about to give him the coup de grace when I heard and felt a succession of smart shocks, which shook the ground like a series of light earthquakes, and turning in the direction of the ram saw a long cloud of dust approaching me with inconceivable rapidity and alarming effect. At a distance of some 30 yards away it stopped short, and from the near end of it rose into the air what I at first thought a great white bird. Its ascent was so smooth and easy and regular that I could not realize its extraordinary celerity, and was lost in admiration of its grace. To this day the impression remains that it was a slow, deliberate movement, the ram, for it was that animal, being upborne by some power other than its own impetus, and supported through the successive stages of its flight with infinite tenderness and care. My eyes followed its progress through the air with unspeakable pleasure, all the greater by contrast with my former terror of its approach by land. Onward and upward the noble animal sailed, its head bent down almost between its knees, its forefeet thrown back, its hinder legs trailing to rear like the legs of a soaring heron. At a height of 40 or 50 feet, as fond recollection presents it to view, it attained its zenith and appeared to remain an instant stationary, then, tilting suddenly forward without altering the relative position of its parts, it shot downward on a steeper and steeper course, with augmenting velocity, passed immediately above me with a noise like the rush of a cannon shot, and struck my poor uncle almost squarely on the top of the head. So frightful was the impact that not only the man's neck was broken but the rope too, and the body of the deceased, forced against the earth, was crushed to pulp beneath the awful front of that meteoric sheep. The concussion stopped all the clocks between Lone Hand and Dutch Dan's, and Professor Davidson, a distinguished authority in matters seismic, who happened to be in the vicinity, promptly explained that the vibrations were from north to southwest. Altogether, I cannot help thinking that, in point of artistic atrocity, my murder of Uncle William has seldom been excelled. Oil of dog. My name is Boffer Bings. I was born of honest parents in one of the humbler walks of life. my father being a manufacturer of dog oil and my mother having a small studio in the shadow of the village church where she disposed of unwelcome babes. In my boyhood, I was trained to habits of industry. I not only assisted my father in procuring dogs for his vats, but was frequently employed by my mother to carry away the debris of her work in the studio. In performance of this duty, I sometimes had need of all my natural intelligence. For all the law officers of the vicinity were opposed to my mother's business. They were not elected on an opposition ticket, and the matter had never been made a political issue. It just happened so. My father's business of making dog oil was naturally less unpopular, though the owners of missing dogs sometimes regarded him with suspicion, which was reflected to some extent upon me. My father had as silent partners all the physicians of the town who seldom wrote a prescription which did not contain what they were pleased to designate as Ol Can. It is really the most valuable medicine ever discovered. But most persons are unwilling to make personal sacrifices for the afflicted, and it was evident that many of the fattest dogs in town had been forbidden to play with me, a fact which pained my young sensibilities, and at one time came near driving me to become a pirate. Looking back upon those days, I cannot but regret, at times, that by indirectly bringing my beloved parents to their death, I was the author of misfortunes, profoundly affecting my future. One evening, while passing my father's oil factory with the body of a foundling from my mother's studio, I saw a constable who seemed to be closely watching my movements. Young as I was, I had learned that a constable's acts, of whatever apparent character, are prompted by the most reprehensible motives, and I avoided him by dodging into the oilery by a side door which happened to stand ajar. I locked it at once, and was alone with my dead. My father had retired for the night. The only light in the place came from the furnace, which glowed a deep, rich crimson under one of the vats, casting ruddy reflections on the walls. Within the cauldron, the oil still rolled in indolent ebullition, occasionally pushing to the surface a piece of dog. Seating myself to wait for the constable to go away, I held the naked body of the foundling in my lap, and tenderly stroked its short, silken hair. Ah, how beautiful it was! Even at that early age, I was passionately fond of children, and as I looked upon this cherub, I could almost find it in my heart to wish that the small red wound upon its breast, the work of my dear mother, had not been mortal. It had been my custom to throw the babes into the river which nature had thoughtfully provided for the purpose. But that night I did not dare to leave the oilery for fear of the constable. After all, I said to myself, it cannot greatly matter if I put it into this cauldron. My father will never know the bones from those of a puppy, and the few deaths which may result from administering another kind of oil for the incomparable Ol Can are not important in a population which increases so rapidly. In short, I took the first step in crime and brought myself untold sorrow by casting the babe into the cauldron. The next day, somewhat to my surprise, my father, rubbing his hands with satisfaction, informed me and my mother that he had obtained the finest quality of oil that was ever seen, that the physicians to whom he had shown samples had so pronounced it. He added that he had no knowledge as to how the result was obtained. The dogs had been treated in all respects as usual and were of an ordinary breed. I deemed it my duty to explain, which I did, though palsied would have been my tongue if I could have foreseen the consequences. Bewailing their previous ignorance of the advantages of combining their industries, my parents at once took measures to repair the error. My mother removed her studio to a wing of the factory building, and my duties in connection with the business ceased. I was no longer required to dispose of the bodies of the small superfluous, and there was no need of alluring dogs to their doom, for my father discarded them altogether. Though they still had an honorable place in the name of the oil. So suddenly thrown into idleness, I might naturally have been expected to become vicious and dissolute, but I did not. The holy influence of my dear mother was ever about me, to protect me from the temptations which beset youth, and my father was a deacon in the church. Alas, that through my fault these estimable persons should have come to so bad an end. Finding a double profit in her business, my mother now devoted herself to it with a new assiduity. She removed not only superfluous and unwelcome babes to order, but went out into the highways and byways, gathering in children of a larger growth, and even such adults as she could entice to the oilery. My father, too, enamored of the superior quality of oil produced, purveyed for his vats with diligence and zeal. The conversion of their neighbors into dog oil became, in short, the one passion of their lives. An absorbing and overwhelming greed took possession of their souls and served them in place of a hope in heaven, by which, also, they were inspired. So enterprising had they now become that a public meeting was held and resolutions passed severely censuring them. It was intimated by the chairman that any further raids upon the population would be met in a spirit of hostility. My poor parents left the meeting, broken-hearted, desperate, and I believe not altogether sane. Anyhow, I deemed it prudent not to enter the oilery with them that night, but slept outside in a stable. At about midnight, some mysterious impulse caused me to rise and peer through a window into the furnace room where I knew my father now slept. The fires were burning as brightly as if the following day's harvest had been expected to be abundant. One of the large cauldrons was slowly walloping, with a mysterious appearance of self-restraint, as if it bided its time to put forth its full energy. My father was not in bed. He had risen in his night clothes and was preparing a noose and a strong cord. From the looks which he cast at the door of my mother's bedroom, I knew too well the purpose that he had in mind. Speechless and motionless with terror, I could do nothing in prevention or warning. Suddenly the door of my mother's apartment was opened, noiselessly, and the two confronted each other, both apparently surprised. The lady also was in her night clothes, and she held in her right hand the tool of her trade, a long, narrow-bladed dagger. She, too, had been unable to deny herself the last profit which the unfriendly action of the citizens in my absence had left her. For one instant they looked into each other's blazing eyes and then sprang together with indescribable fury. Round and round the room they struggled, the man cursing, the woman shrieking, both fighting like demons. She to strike him with the dagger, he to strangle her with his great bare hands. I know not how long I had the unhappiness to observe this disagreeable instance of domestic infelicity, but at last, after a more than usually vigorous struggle, the combatants suddenly moved apart. My father's breast and my mother's weapon showed evidences of contact. For another instant they glared at each other in the most unamiable way. Then my poor, wounded father, feeling the hand of death upon him, leaped forward, unmindful of resistance, grasped my dear mother in his arms, dragged her to the side of the boiling cauldron, collected all his failing energies, and sprang in with her. In a moment both had disappeared, and were adding their oil to that of the committee of citizens who had called the day before with an invitation to the public meeting. Convinced that these unhappy events closed to me every avenue to an honorable career in that town, I removed to the famous city of Otumwi, where these memoirs are written with a heart full of remorse for a heedless act entailing so dismal a commercial disaster. An imperfect conflagration. Early one June morning in 1872, I murdered my father, an act which made a deep impression on me at the time. This was before my marriage. While I was living with my parents in Wisconsin, my father and I were in the library of our home, dividing the proceeds of a burglary which we had committed that night. These consisted of household goods mostly, and the task of equitable division was difficult. We got on very well with the napkins, towels, and such things, and the silverware was parted pretty nearly equally. But you can see for yourself that, when you try to divide a single music box by two without a remainder, you will have trouble. It was that music box which brought disaster and disgrace upon our family. If we had left it, my poor father might now be alive. It was a most exquisite and beautiful piece of workmanship, inlaid with costly woods and carven very curiously. It would not only play a great variety of tunes, but would whistle like a quail, bark like a dog, crow every morning at daylight whether it was wound up or not, and break the 10 Commandments. It was this last mentioned accomplishment that won my father's heart, and caused him to commit the only dishonorable act of his life, though possibly he would have committed more if he had been spared. He tried to conceal that music box from me, and declared upon his honor that he had not taken it, though I know very well that, so far as he was concerned, the burglary had been undertaken chiefly for the purpose of obtaining it. My father had the music box hidden under his cloak. We had worn cloaks by way of disguise. He had solemnly assured me that he did not take it. I knew that he did, and knew something of which he was evidently ignorant, namely, that the box would crow at daylight and betray him, if I could prolong the division of profits till that time. All occurred as I wished, as the gaslight began to pale in the library and the shape of the windows was seen dimly behind the curtains. A long cock-a-doodle-doo came from beneath the old gentleman's cloak, followed by a few bars of an aria from Tannhauser, ending with a loud click. A small hand axe which we had used to break into the unlucky house lay between us on the table. I picked it up. The old man, seeing that further concealment was useless, took the box from under his cloak and set it on the table. "Cut it in two, if you prefer that plan," said he. I tried to save it from destruction. He was a passionate lover of music and could himself play the concertina with expression and feeling, I said. "I do not question the purity of your motive. It would be presumptuous of me to sit in judgment on my father, but business is business, and with this axe I'm going to effect a dissolution of our partnership, unless you will consent in all future burglaries to wear a bell punch." "No," he said after some reflection. "No, I could not do that. It would look like a confession of dishonesty. People would say that you distrusted me." I could not help admiring his spirit and sensitiveness. For a moment I was proud of him and disposed to overlook his fault. But a glance at the richly jeweled music box decided me, and as I said, I removed the old man from this vale of tears. Having done so, I was a trifle uneasy. Not only was he, my father, the author of my being, but the body would be certainly discovered. It was now broad daylight, and my mother was likely to enter the library at any moment. Under the circumstances, I thought it expedient to remove her also, which I did. Then I paid off all the servants and discharged them. That afternoon I went to the chief of police, told him what I had done, and asked his advice. It would be very painful to me if the facts became publicly known. My conduct would be generally condemned. The newspapers would bring it up against me if ever I should run for office. The chief saw the force of these considerations. He was himself an assassin of wide experience. After consulting with the presiding judge of the court of variable jurisdiction, he advised me to conceal the bodies in one of the bookcases, get a heavy insurance on the house, and burn it down. This I proceeded to do. In the library was a bookcase which my father had recently purchased of some cranky inventor and had not filled. It was in shape and size something like the old-fashioned wardrobes, which one sees in bedrooms without closets, but opened all the way down, like a woman's nightdress. It had glass doors. I had recently laid out my parents, and they were now rigid enough to stand erect, so I stood them in this bookcase, from which I had removed the shelves. I locked them in and tacked some curtains over the glass doors. The inspector from the insurance office passed a half-dozen times before the case without suspicion. That night, after getting my policy, I set fire to the house and started through the woods to town, 2 miles away, where I managed to be found about the time the excitement was at its height. With cries of apprehension for the fate of my parents, I joined the rush and arrived at the fire some 2 hours after I had kindled it. The whole town was there as I dashed up. The house was entirely consumed, but in one end of the level bed of glowing embers, bolt upright and uninjured, was that bookcase. The curtains had burned away, exposing the glass doors through which the fierce red light illuminated the interior. There stood my dear father, in his habit as he lived, and at his side the partner of his joys and sorrows. Not a hair of them was singed. Their clothing was intact. On their heads and throats the injuries which in the accomplishment of my designs I had been compelled to inflict were conspicuous. As in the presence of a miracle, the people were silent. Awe and terror had stilled every tongue. I was myself greatly affected. Some 3 years later, when the events herein related had nearly faded from my memory, I went to New York to assist in passing some counterfeit United States bonds. Carelessly looking into a furniture store one day, I saw the exact counterpart of that bookcase. I bought it for a trifle from a reformed inventor, the dealer explained. He said it was fireproof, the pores of the wood being filled with alum under hydraulic pressure, and the glass made of asbestos. I don't suppose it is really fireproof. You can have it at the price of an ordinary bookcase. No, I said. If you cannot warrant it fireproof, I won't take it, and I bade him good morning. I would not have had it at any price. It revived memories that were exceedingly disagreeable. The hypnotist, by those of my friends who happen to know that I sometimes amuse myself with hypnotism, mind-reading, and kindred phenomena, I am frequently asked if I have a clear conception of the nature of whatever principle underlies them. To this question I always reply that I neither have nor desire to have. I am no investigator with an ear at the keyhole of nature's workshop, trying with vulgar curiosity to steal the secrets of her trade. The interests of science are as little to me as mine seem to have been to science. Doubtless the phenomena in question are simple enough, and in no way transcend our powers of comprehension, if only we could find the clue. But for my part, I prefer not to find it, for I am of a singularly romantic disposition, deriving more gratification from mystery than from knowledge. It was commonly remarked of me when I was a child that my big blue eyes appeared to have been made rather to look into than look out of. Such was their dreamful beauty, and in my frequent periods of abstraction their indifference to what was going on. In those peculiarities they resembled, I venture to think, the soul which lies behind them, always more intent upon some lovely conception which it has created in its own image, than concerned about the laws of nature and the material frame of things. All this, irrelevant and egotistic as it may seem, is related by way of accounting for the meagerness of the light that I am able to throw upon a subject that has engaged so much of my attention, and concerning which there is so keen and general a curiosity. With my powers and opportunities, another person might doubtless have an explanation for much of what I present, simply as narrative. My first knowledge that I possessed unusual powers came to me in my 14th year when at school. Happening one day to have forgotten to bring my noonday luncheon, I gazed longingly at that of a small girl who was preparing to eat hers. Looking up, her eyes met mine, and she seemed unable to withdraw them. After a moment of hesitancy, she came forward in an absent kind of way, and without a word surrendered her little basket with its tempting contents and walked away. Inexpressibly pleased, I relieved my hunger and destroyed the basket. After that, I had not the trouble to bring a luncheon for myself. That little girl was my daily purveyor, and not infrequently, in satisfying my simple need from her frugal store, I combined pleasure and profit by constraining her attendance at the feast, and making misleading proffer of the viands, which eventually I consumed to the last fragment. The girl was always persuaded that she had eaten all herself, and later in the day her tearful complaints of hunger surprised the teacher, entertained the pupils, earned for her the sobriquet of greedy gut, and filled me with a peace past understanding. A disagreeable feature of this otherwise satisfactory condition of things was the necessary secrecy. The transfer of the luncheon, for example, had to be made at some distance from the madding crowd in a wood, and I blushed to think of the many other unworthy subterfuges entailed by the situation. As I was, and am, naturally of a frank and open disposition, these became more and more irksome. And but for the reluctance of my parents to renounce the obvious advantages of the new regime, I would gladly have reverted to the old. The plan that I finally adopted to free myself from the consequences of my own powers excited a wide and keen interest at the time, and that part of it which consisted in the death of the girl was severely condemned, but it is hardly pertinent to the scope of this narrative. For some years afterward, I had little opportunity to practice hypnotism. Such small essays as I made at it were commonly barren of other recognition than solitary confinement on a bread and water diet. Sometimes, indeed, they elicited nothing better than the cat o' nine tails. It was when I was about to leave the scene of these small disappointments that my one really important feat was performed. I had been called into the warden's office and given a suit of civilian's clothing, a trifling sum of money and a great deal of advice, which I am bound to confess was of a much better quality than the clothing. As I was passing out of the gate into the light of freedom, I suddenly turned and, looking the warden gravely in the eye, soon had him in control. "You are an ostrich," I said. At the post-mortem examination, the stomach was found to contain a great quantity of indigestible articles, mostly of wood or metal, stuck fast in the esophagus and constituting, according to the coroner's jury, the immediate cause of death, one door knob. I was by nature a good and affectionate son, but as I took my way into the great world from which I had been so long secluded, I could not help remembering that all my misfortunes had flowed like a stream from the niggard economy of my parents in the matter of school luncheons, and I knew of no reason to think they had reformed. On the road between Succotash Hill and South Asphyxia is a little open field which once contained a shanty known as Pete Gilstrap's place, where that gentleman used to murder travelers for a living. The death of Mr. Gilstrap and the diversion of nearly all the travel to another road occurred so nearly at the same time that no one has ever been able to say which was cause and which effect. Anyhow, the field was now a desolation, and the place had long been burned. It was while going afoot to South Asphyxia, the home of my childhood, that I found both my parents on their way to the hill. They had hitched their team and were eating luncheon under an oak tree in the center of the field. The sight of the luncheon called up painful memories of my school days and roused the sleeping lion in my breast. Approaching the guilty couple, who at once recognized me, I ventured to suggest that I share their hospitality. "Of this cheer, my son," said the author of my being, with characteristic pomposity which age had not withered, "there is sufficient for but two. I am not, I hope, insensible to the hunger light in your eyes, but my father has never completed that sentence. What he mistook for hunger light was simply the earnest gaze of the hypnotist. In a few seconds he was at my service. A few more sufficed for the lady, and the dictates of a just resentment could be carried into effect. "My former father," I said, "I presume that it is known to you that you and this lady are no longer what you were?" "I have observed a certain subtle change," was the rather dubious reply of the old gentleman. "It is perhaps attributable to age." "It is more than that," I explained. "It goes to character, to species. You and the lady here are in truth two broncos, wild stallions both, and unfriendly." "Why, John," exclaimed my dear mother, "you don't mean to say that I am..." "Madam," I replied solemnly, fixing my eyes again upon hers. "You are?" Scarcely had the words fallen from my lips when she dropped upon her hands and knees and, backing up to the old man, squealed like a demon and delivered a vicious kick upon his shin. An instant later he was himself down on all fours, headed away from her, and flinging his feet at her simultaneously and successively. With equal earnestness but inferior agility. Because of her hampering body gear, she plied her own. Their flying legs crossed and mingled in the most bewildering way, their feet sometimes meeting squarely in midair, their bodies thrust forward, falling flat upon the ground, and for a moment helpless. On recovering themselves, they would resume the combat, uttering their frenzy in the nameless sounds of the furious brutes which they believed themselves to be. The whole region rang with their clamor. Round and round they wheeled, the blows of their feet falling, like lightnings from the mountain cloud. They plunged and reared backward upon their knees, struck savagely at each other with awkward descending blows of both fists at once, and dropped again upon their hands as if unable to maintain the upright position of the body. Grass and pebbles were torn from the soil by hands and feet. Clothing, hair, faces inexpressibly defiled with dust and blood. Wild, inarticulate screams of rage attested the delivery of the blows, groans, grunts, and gasps their receipt. Nothing more truly military was ever seen at Gettysburg or Waterloo. The valor of my dear parents in the hour of danger can never cease to be to me a source of pride and gratification. At the end of it all, two battered, tattered, bloody, and fragmentary vestiges of mortality attested the solemn fact that the author of the strife was an orphan. Arrested for provoking a breach of the peace I was, and have ever since been tried in the court of technicalities and continuances, whence after 15 years of proceedings, my attorney is moving heaven and earth to get the case taken to the court of remandment for new trials. Such are a few of my principal experiments in the mysterious force or agency known as hypnotic suggestion. Whether or not it could be employed by a bad man for an unworthy purpose, I am unable to say.
End of the Parenticide Club by Ambrose Bierce. If you found this story interesting, take a moment to support the channel, hit subscribe, click the bell icon so you're notified of new stories, leave a comment, and give the video a thumbs up. Share it on your socials if you think others might enjoy pulp horror. And if you'd like to go a step further in reviving these forgotten horrors, you can click the super thanks button below or become a member of the channel. With your support, these dusty old stories may see the light once more.